Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Ms. Shivani Thapa, Senior News Editor, Nepal Television.
A very, very good morning to all the, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues, participants present here. Thank you so much for making it here this morning, despite the musical blast we've had last night. Thanks to the Norwegian government and the entire people who could put up all those good things together, and for this very, very wonderful management all through the proceedings herein. Well, as said, I'm Shivani Thapa Bosniak, ladies and gentlemen. I am a senior journalist working with the state media in Nepal Television and feeling so profoundly privileged to be a part of this very important session at the 20th IGF here in Lillestrøm. To our online participants as well, a very warm welcome. Just to a quick mention that we are at this session discussing one of the most pertinent issues of our times, an issue which no longer is an emerging risk. It is urgent, it is complex, and it is deeply personal. That is ensuring child security in the age of algorithms, ladies and gentlemen. And we all know algorithms are not passive tools. We know that quite well, right? They are in fact very active architects who of this children's digital experiences, who are shaping what not only children, but what we see, how long we stay on the screens, and increasingly how we feel. And today, as we discuss child security and safety, what these children see. As a practicing journalist, I'm very much committed to covering issues of public interest. And as a mother of a teen, my 14-year-old Vivan is seated somewhere amongst you, and both professionally and personally, I see so clearly that what's at stake at the moment is not just screen time. It is childhood itself. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, this session today that we've tailored for you will unfold in three key arcs. We'll hear from experts on the emerging risks first, linked to algorithmic curation. We'll then reimagine what a child-centric digital ecosystem could look like from our perspectives or their expert perspectives. And finally, we will make an attempt to explore on the accountability must mean in this particular space, from governments, from platforms, and from all of us as community of practice. I will be joined in this conversation very distinguished and personalities and stalwarts who have been at the reins of getting things rolling in that particular domain. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this panel today, I'll be joined in by the Honourable Minister of Digitalization and Public Governance of Norway, Ms. Karianne Tung, the Minister of STI Sierra Leone, Ms. Salima Ba, the Executive Director, Five Rights Foundation, Ms. Leanda Barrington-Leach, Head of Government Relations and Public Policy, TikTok Europe, Ms. Christine Gran, Director for Future Networks, DG Connect European Commission, Mr. Thibaut Kleiner, Policy Senior Director Policy Development, Roblox, Ms. Emily Yu, and last but not the least, Director of Innovation, UNICEF, Mr. Thomas Davin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause as I welcome on the stage my very distinguished members of the panel. Such a pleasure it is, Madam Minister. Yeah, warm welcome. A very warm welcome. Please take your seats. Such a privilege it is for me to be placed across you at this, as we discuss a very, very pertinent question of our times and, of course, for the future. And with our distinguished panelists joining us here, and all set, all poised to engage in one of, as I said, one of the most defining challenges of our times, ladies and gentlemen, to first and foremost, to anchor this session with clarity and purpose, I have this pleasure to invite Ms. Leanda Barrington-Leach, the Executive Director of the Five Rights Foundation, to open the conversation, get it rolling, in fact, through this opening presentation. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. At Five Rights Foundation, we speak on behalf of children around the world. On behalf of children, thank you for inviting us and thank you for being here. Speaking of the digital world, a child not long ago asked me, "Why won't adults stand up for children? You watch everything we do online, you nag us to get off our devices, even though you stay firmly glued to yours, and now you just want to outright ban us. When are you going to stop making out that we are the problem instead of the system? Why don't you stand up for us?" She had a point. Digital devices are today one of the leading causes of family disputes. Google's head of families recently said that parents are spending upwards of 4 to 12 hours a week trying to manage their children's online usage. Day after day, they are fighting and losing. Children also are fighting and losing. They are losing their control, their sleep, their ability to make connections, to pay attention, and to think critically. They are losing their health, sometimes even their lives. I am not exaggerating. I am not generalizing. Consistently, around half of children surveyed say they feel addicted to the internet. Nearly 2/3 say they often or sometimes feel unsafe online. More than 3/4 say they encounter content they find disturbing, sexual content, violence, hate. 1/4 to 1/3 are bullied online. Half experience sexual harms, 1/4 sextortion. Rates of ADHD, depression, eating disorders, child sexual abuse, and suicide are going through the roof. The acceleration of AI is now set to supercharge these risks and harms. But it does not have to be this way. Children's digital experience is not a result of the technology itself, but it does reflect the priorities of those who own, build, and deploy it, including AI. To change children's experience, those priorities must change. Today, most of the services where children spend most of their time are designed with 3 primary purposes, all geared towards revenue generation: maximize time spent, maximize reach, and maximize activity. Typical design features used to reach these objectives include push notifications, infinite scrolls, autoplay, likes, in-game purchases, random rewards, making it easy to share and easy to connect with friend or follower suggestions. Five Rights' Pathways research showed that social media accounts registered as children were all subject to messaging from strangers and illegal or harmful content within hours of being set up. While these accounts were targeted with advertisement for games, sweets, and such like specifically for kids, they were at the same time also recommended harmful content, from sexualized to pro-suicide material, by algorithms that weight negative or extreme content 5 times higher than neutral or positive content. Children can go from a simple search for slime to porn in just a single click, or from trampolining to pro-anorexia in just 3 clicks, and nudge to self-harm in 15 clicks. It is clear that the problem is a feature, not a bug, of the system. Indeed, whistleblower reports and leaked internal documents show how time and again tech companies are aware of the harm they are causing children and choosing to do it anyway. One platform, that I shall not name as it is no particular outlier, sees children as the golden demographic and looks to hook them young. Internal research notes that it takes the equivalent of 35 minutes on the app to form a habit, and concludes, I quote, compulsive usage correlates with a slew of negative mental health effects, like the loss of analytical skills, memory formation, contextual thinking, conversational depth, empathy, and increased anxiety, as well as interfering with essential personal responsibilities like sufficient sleep, work or school responsibilities, and connecting with loved ones. It does not need to be this way. The digital world is 100% human engineered. It can be optimized for good just as easily as it can for bad. It should be optimized for children by design and default. Children's rights, as set out in the most ratified human rights treaty in history, must be respected, including by the tech sector. Children have the right to safety, to privacy, to freedom from commercial exploitation, to play, to participation, and meaningful agency. The best interests of the child must come first. Tech exceptionalism has to end, and like all industries, the sector must abide by established laws, reflect societal norms, and be held accountable for its impact by democratic oversight. How to do this is already well established. The General Comment 25 to the Convention sets out what states and businesses need to do. The age-appropriate design code principles embedded in law from the UK to Indonesia, the EU to California, set out enforceable regulatory requirements. Technical standards and protocols provide detailed practical guidelines for innovators. Rights respecting responsible innovation for children is perfectly feasible, but it means forfeiting some awfully profitable practices. Resistance is therefore unsurprisingly fierce. Perhaps you have witnessed some of it on this stage over the last few days. The arguments range from scoffing at moral panic to claiming that AI moves too fast to be regulated. The tactics range from never-ending legal battles to threats to shut down critical services. The unavoidable question, therefore, is, who will set the rules and decide what good looks like? Will we continue to allow private, for-profit tech corporations to hold increasing power over all areas of public and private life, unanswerable to governments and citizens? Children are asking you to stand up for them, for their rights and a better, fairer future. So I ask you today, innovators, will you stand up for children? Policymakers and regulators, will you stand up for children? Citizens, fellow human beings, will you stand up for children? If we stand together with and for children, we can and will build the digital world they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leander. Thank you for grounding us so powerfully. And with this, as we believe the tone for the conversation has been set so right. Thank you. Let us now open the conversation to the full panel. And we've just heard from Leander, from this very opening presentation, how algorithmic curation designed to personalize sometimes can unintentionally shape how children think, feel, and interact. Now, based on the current evidence and lived realities, what sort of emerging risks should we draw from our collective attention, from regulators, tech platforms, and families alike, is, I believe, the very first question we want to contemplate during this session. I'd want to begin with Madam Minister. Madam Minister, from Norway's policy vantage point, what do you see as the most pressing risks children face in algorithm-governed digital spaces today?
Thank you, moderator, and I also would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to Leander for bringing the children's voice to the stage. That is really important, and thank you also for addressing this really important question and one of the most pressing issues of our time. That's child safety in the age of the algorithms. As technology continued to shape children's life, from the videos they play to the games they play and the information they consume. We must really ask ourselves now, are we doing enough to protect them? And I don't think we are doing enough, because algorithms, they are powerful tools for personalization and engagement, but they do also expose children to harmful content, to bias and to manipulation. They can shape behavior, they can influence choices, and they do serious damages when it comes to mental issues, body issues, and also mentioned by Leander here. So just let me be clear on one thing. Protecting children online is not about limiting their freedom. It is about empowering them to navigate the digital world safely, confidentially, and with dignity. And it is about ensuring that technology serves their personal growth and not the other way around. So in my opinion, the platforms need to take more responsibility for taking down content that is damaging and prohibited. And they also need to secure appropriate age verification. And that's something we are working on in Norway right now so that we can protect our children better.
Well, thank you, Madam Minister. May I turn to Minister Ba from Sierra Leone's context, Madam Minister, and the broader global reflections as well, which have been reverberating in many other forums under this IGF, 20th IGF. What risks concern you most as we consider the intersection of technology, childhood, and regulation?
Thank you so much, and may I use this opportunity again to thank the government of Norway for hosting us. They've been fantastic hosts, and IGF for putting on this session, and also to all the panelists. Really, from the government of Sierra Leone's perspective, well, I think such a critical area when we think about the engagement of children online and how the algorithm recommendations are set and the impact that they have. What's been mentioned across board is something we also is of great concern to us when we think about addictive algorithms and the potential linkages we'll see to self-harm and where that leads to with young people when we think about manipulative recommendations, and also when it comes to we think children get desensitized because as you're scrolling through 1 minute, you see violence, the next minute you're exposed to sexual content. So the repetition of that and the almost normalization of that, where as a government from our region, we're concerned about how sometimes those are linked to the increase in violence that we see with young people as well, and definitely concerned about how we protect against those. But I would say maybe maybe it's well, slightly unique, but maybe it applies as well across other regions as well. One of the most concerning things for us as well is the potential for cultural erasure. With the algorithm recommendations, because we understand that these algorithms are trained on data sets that potentially don't reflect our diversity or the diversity of our societies or our realities. And that means children in Africa from our regions are growing up in an environment or through these where they're exposed to languages, to expression and just identity that don't reflect them. We're not saying you don't want them to see others, but it's the fact that they might not be seeing something that reflects our culture and our societies and our identity and our values as well. So with that, there's a potential for cultural erasure and then just the adoption of cultures from elsewhere, and sometimes the underrepresentation from our regions as well. So we're, as a society from our region, that's something we're also really concerned about, is how do we, as much as we know the internet and social media is good for exposing young people and to different other societies, but we also want to make sure that they can also see their own society reflected on these platforms as well.
Right, let me quickly move to Ms. Christine Gran. Now, with your role at TikTok, how does the platform interpret and respond to this evolving risk posed by the algorithmic systems for the young users?
Well, thank you, first of all, to Minister Chung and the government of Norway for hosting us, and to IGF for inviting us to this very, very important conversation. We as a platform think it's really crucial that we show up and that we engage in these conversations. And if you will allow me, I would like to just take one step back and mention that TikTok is a place that people come to because it's fun, because you can figure out what book to read over summer, where you can plan your next trip, or where you can discover new artists. And also a place where our community come to express themselves and can be creative. And this really wouldn't happen if it weren't also a safe and inclusive place. So all of the work that we do in terms of keeping the platform safe, we do for our community and to be able to meet our mission, which is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And coming to your question, I mean, I think we all agree that this is a highly complex area. It's very, very fast evolving. It's difficult to be a parent. Adolescence can be hard. Every child is different. And I think the only way we can address this is with a kind of a fact-based and constructive debate. And to address the risk properly, we need to define what the risks are, and we do that mainly via research. And research does support, to the Minister's point, that there are a lot of very positive aspects with spending time online, also for young people. Also, there is research that confirms that those who are at the biggest risks are ones that are already exposed to risks in their everyday life. So if you belong to the most vulnerable part of the community or society, you're also more exposed to risk online. So platforms like ours, we need to we have a huge responsibility in general to keep our platform, our community safe, but in particular when it comes to these most vulnerable groups. And we do this in many different ways. We do it by design. So when you create a TikTok account as a 13-year-old, you will have a kind of a phased introduction to the platform. So we don't give access to direct messages, for example, until you reach the age of 16. When you're under 16, your account is set to private by default. We have screen time limits in place for everyone who's under 18. We have content levels to limit exposure to content that might not be suitable for younger audiences, and we interrupt disruptive patterns. But I also think that partnerships are key here. We have a huge network around the world, and I really, really agree with the Minister of the importance to be a global platform for our global community, where we can also support civil society organizations to be able to reach these vulnerable communities on our platform and make sure that they speak in a voice that this community truly can integrate. And we also support the teens, so when they are in need of help, it should be frictionless and easy to reach out to experts to get that support that they might be in need of. There's always more to do, and as I said, we're showing up, we're here to always do better, but I think an important starting point is that we keep the conversation truly fact-based and work to find solutions together.
Right, thank you. Let me turn to Mr. Kleiner. What would be your perspectives from a regulatory and policy perspective at the EU level?
So thank you for organizing this very important panel. And I think also, yes, hearing the voice of children, I think is very important here. And I would say that maybe we should stop using the term digital natives when we speak about children. Because sometimes, you get this idea that you can leave the children with the technology and they are very savvy and they can, get their way out. And we don't understand the technology so well, whereas they do. Actually, the studies we conduct in the EU show that there is a very superficial understanding of the technology among children. They can use the apps, but they don't understand what is underneath. They can be tricked. And what we see is really that it is not something you can totally brush aside. We have to take responsibility. And I think that in the EU, this is precisely what we are trying to do. We recognize the benefits and we try to empower children. But we want to make sure that the technology providers take their responsibility and just don't let this as this is a problem for society and for parents, because if you look at algorithms, they are doing serious harm. And we have introduced in the EU the Digital Services Act, so it's hard regulation that precisely aims to give this responsibility to platforms in partnership, because we want them to precisely develop also better ways to know what age the children have online. This is something that today you can infer, but actually we want to do more. we want to have age verification through very serious mechanism. And we will introduce actually an app in the coming month so that you can really verify the age of minors online. Secondly, we are really taking this very seriously, and we don't hesitate to actually open proceedings when we find that the platforms are not delivering on their responsibilities under the Digital Services Act. We have already 8 open cases, 4 with the adult content platforms that are not sufficiently protecting children, but also with the like of Meta, of TikTok and Facebook. I think this is important because we don't want just to have rules that are not implementing. So at the end of the day, I think that today is an important moment because we have the opportunity to keep the good parts of what is on offer, but to also collectively act on the risks. And in that context, we are launching now a very important effort on guidelines, also for the platforms. The consultation just closed. It will be published hopefully by summer, as well as an inquiry to precisely identify these risks and make sure that we take measures to address them.
Right. I think this is the right moment for me to turn to Ms. Emily Yu. Roblox, with its immersive and very, very interactive environment. How do you assess the unique vulnerabilities that algorithm might introduce for children on your platform?
So safety is at the heart of everything we pretty much do at Roblox, and we evaluate every upcoming product feature with a safety by design perspective, making safety a fundamental requirement for everything that we do. We've, for example, launched last November a set of pretty robust parental controls that include screen time limitations that parents can set. We've also introduced content ratings or content labeling within our system so that parents have awareness as to what an experience holds, and they can obviously permit or not permit their child from entering that experience. We have parental control permissions in place so that if a child decides, I'm interested in participating in this experience, they receive direct permission from their parents in doing so. And with regards to algorithms used for recommendation systems on the platform, our focus there is more on discoverability rather than limiting the content that is seen by the child based on personalization. There are millions of experiences on the platform, and what we prefer to surface are higher quality experiences and newer emerging experiences that, that our audience may be interested in.
Well, thank you. Mr. Thomas Steven, UNICEF has a global overview of both systemic and child-specific impacts. So what does the current research suggest we should be most alert to?
So I'm afraid Leandra stole my thunder. She covered so perfectly the risks. And I want to maybe start by saying, from a UNICEF lens, we do look at technology and AI also very positively. There's so much we can do on learning outcomes, on health outcomes, on climate outcomes. And we're very much bullish about trying to understand how we leverage that technology for good. But there are a number of risks, and maybe I'll touch on what Leandra touched on to maybe re-emphasize some of the longer issues that are, in our view, really societal issues that some of these technologies are currently underpinning today. So one is mental health, clearly, with so many areas of mental health around nutrition, around self-harm, around so many of these issues. Addiction as a part of that, significant growth, explosive growth of addiction. I would say in a somewhat genderized manner. You have boys that largely go into gaming addiction, and girls tend to do more social media addiction. So it's not exactly the same resolution mechanism either. The other one connected to that is social isolation, with again significant potential societal costs and consequences to that. The third one I would mention is maybe a little bit philosophical, but is we are at risk of losing the notion of the concept of truth. As those algorithms brings those children into more and more of things they believe to be true, they are more and more certain of that truth and of holding that truth. And they are more and more reluctant to actually connect or open up to others who may say, well, that is not my truth. And so we are, to some extent, jeopardizing that whole concept of what is truth, what is fact, because everybody, including adults, are being fed by what really we are connected to or resonating with. Maybe one issue that Leandra maybe didn't touch on, but will be interesting and important for us as society to really dig deep into is the impact of neuroplasticity. And so what is going to be the impact of those screen time and the fast-paced connection on really children's brains and their ability in different ways? And we don't really fully understand that yet. And we believe it should be a priority in terms of research and longitudinal studies to understand maybe there are some gains, we are not certain, right. But there's probably also some things we are losing. That also plays out in adults. I don't know about you, but I read less and less because my brain is actually less and less patient about longer-term focus. And that certainly is true for my own children. I have 2 teenagers. The last bit I would talk about is maybe agency. That we have a risk of really children feeling less and less able to have voice and agency on how those technologies affect them, impact them, and maybe direct some of what they have access to or what they can say. So overall, I think we need to treat this as a public health issue. This is an area that we don't fully understand. This is an area that will have societal consequences and very likely significant economical costs if we don't manage it appropriately.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So what we are hearing across sectors represented in this panel is, of course, a lot of sense of optimism and commitment in your actions and in your thoughts, and also a very prominent shared concern that opaque algorithmic systems are influencing certainly children's mental health, social well-being, development, and so many aspects in ways that certainly demand more coordinated attention and action. We believe that is what we heard in this round of conversation. Now, let us pivot to identifying the risks, from identifying the risks to imagining solutions. So if we were to re-engineer or if we were to redesign the social media environment with children's well-being at its core, centrally placed, not as an afterthought, but as a foundational principle, what would that look like? More importantly, how can we ensure that young people are not just consulted, but meaningfully involved in shaping systems that govern their digital lives? May I begin from Ms. Leander?
Thank you so much. Yes, the first thing I would say is the answer to your second question: how can we ensure that young people are meaningfully included? Children need to be at the policy table. There are no children in this room today, and generally they are completely left out. I'd also say that I am talking about children, and we often replace children with young people, and often that can be like 25 to 35-year-olds. Of course, it's useful to hear their voice too, but that doesn't mean that we can ignore the youngest. The second question about how can we ensure that we what are the right principles to put at the center? I think I mentioned a few, and so have others. So the first is really privacy and safety by design and default. What that means a lot of the time is turning things off, making sure that children's experience stays private and they have real agency and choice. A lot of this is about process. I left at the entrance some copies of the Children and AI Design Code. What you'll see is it's a very technical protocol, a step-by-step guide to asking the right questions, consulting the right experts, and then testing and documenting who decided based on what criteria. A lot of the times, asking the right questions is the most important thing, rather than other people outside prescribing potentially what is the right answer. And this is a process which leads to risk assessment and risk mitigation, as I say, by design and default. A few just guiding principles: don't shut children out, and don't please put the burden back on parents via parental controls, for example. They're not working, we know they're not working, or onto children, we heard they are not digital natives. Digital literacy is not a silver bullet. So age verification, parental controls, controlling content, and digital literacy, these are not the solution.
Let me turn to Christine. Christine, given TikTok's massive engagement among the youth audiences, the questions of embedding child-centric values into your algorithmic infrastructure certainly is not theoretical, it's operational. So what would be your inputs to this question or this thought of reimagining?
Well, we very much agree to the concept of safety by design, and to Danda's point, turning things off as a default for the younger kind of segments of users. So I mentioned a few examples as an answer to your previous question around not allowing access to direct messages, keeping the younger teens' accounts private by default, and having these settings off as a starting point, and then kind of over time, as they grow older, introduce them to more and more features on the platform. So we very much agree with that kind of that base concept. And we also agree with the importance of listening to the community and also the younger users on our platform. And actually, last year, I think as a first platform, we introduced a global youth council. We have representatives from 15 countries around the world: Brazil, Nigeria, Poland, Indonesia, just to mention a few. And it's a forum where they can, in a setting kind of created for them, share their views with us directly. But also, and maybe even more importantly here in this conversation, it's a way for our most senior leaders to also hear from the youth community directly. So at our first Global Youth Council, our CEO was present. I'm going to be president one that we have in a couple of weeks. And I think this is a really, really important platform for that conversation. We also work with researchers to kind of indirectly hear from younger people via research. And we don't just listen, we also change. And I think that's an important kind of next step, because otherwise there's no point in these listening exercises, right? To just give one concrete example, we worked with a British NGO, Internet Matters, that spoke to both teens and parents, that told us that authenticity and belonging is very, very kind of core parts of their online experience. And in response, we made some global changes to age restrict certain beauty filters that would alter their appearances so that they could feel that authenticity on the platform. So that's a kind of a very concrete example of what we do with what it is that we hear. We also find other ways to listen to our community. We know that teens come to TikTok to learn, and we want to obviously encourage that. We actually see reading in pollings go up in the younger segments of society. So we have huge projects around book talk to really, really encourage that. We also make product choices, conscious product choices, to kind of capture this educational interest. So we have rolled out a STEM feed, which captures science, technology, math, and engineering content, fact-checked, so it's kind of pre-vetted, and it's on by default for everyone who's under 18, so it's sitting next to your For You feed, and actually we see on the numbers that this is very appreciated. So we really do, and we have every interest, if you think of it, to listen to the community and really adapt.
Right, that's incredible. Let me turn to Minister Tung now from a policy and governance standpoint, Madam Minister. Building child-centric systems perhaps requires not just principles but mechanisms of inclusion, right? So what frameworks do you think can guarantee their voices are heard in the process?
Thank you. I think it's necessary to change the logic behind the platforms. We need to get away from addictive designs, and we have to implement models that really protect the children, I believe. In Norway, this might sound easy or natural or whatever, but in Norway we had a white paper where we said that children aren't goods or commodities, because I think that's the main issue, that children, they are seen as goods on these platforms, and we need to get away from that point of view, and we need to be sure that there are some principles that are the foundations for the algorithms on the different platforms. That is about making sure that we are standing on the UN Convention on the Right of the Children. We need to be sure that we have openness and that the platforms are transparent and understandable for everyone. You have to understand how you can choose your content, both as a parent but also as a child. And we need to have age-appropriate design. And that's why, and also to ban behavioral advertisement on the platform as well. And we need to stop profiling children on the platform, because they are not mature enough to take these good decisions on behalf of themselves. And the children's well-being has to be the things that we put first when we are letting our children live their lives on the social media platform. Because, as I said in the beginning, I really believe also the platform can empower the children, and then we need to hear the children's voice, and the children are screaming out, please protect us. We have to listen to the children, people.
So this certainly shows there's a very, very clear consensus amongst us that children-centric design certainly begins with intention. But it must also be followed by inclusive design, design processes, in fact, and reflect that the lived realities and voices of young users themselves, right? So with this, let me hop on to the other question. As regulation gains momentum globally, right? Because many governments are now exploring or implementing regulations aimed at protecting children online. We just heard some very, very grave concerns that were reflected even during the course of this discussion. The challenge right now, I believe, lies in translating policy into platform-level action. So we ask, what are the promising policy approaches, and what role should companies play in proactively aligning their design choices with children's rights? May I turn to Madam Minister, Ms. Salima Ba, from Sierra Leone. How do you see this from your regional and national vantage point?
Thank you. Definitely, I think the clamor for regulations when it comes to just the online space, even for adults, to be honest, and definitely for children, I think is a mad scramble going around. Government, policymakers, everybody's looking across to see what's worked in other places, what can I adapt? And I think it's a testament to just the ever-evolving nature of technology. So you feel as if you have one solution. I think at some point, everybody thought the parental controls were the greatest things, and now we see that changing in behavior. So I think absolutely we see that, and that's definitely true for our region as well. Even though I think our region actually have been a bit slow to this party, if I could call it that, this child protection party. And I think it might be as a result of we were slower to the internet age. I think we were grappling with issues of connectivity. We were grappling with issues of affordability of that. We're grappling with issues of inaccessibility of devices. But obviously now we see there's the growing expansion of the internet in our region. There's the growing access to devices. And also our youthful bulge is growing up, so we're seeing, I think, so now we're also feeling the effects with more African children now readily having access to these platforms, having access to these devices. We're seeing the impact in terms of rising in cyberbullying and so many other factors. Even though we take the good parts, of course, which we're not saying it's all bad, but we're also seeing some of the negative effects also starting to impact us, and the conversations around, okay, what do we do to ensure safety? So in Sierra Leone as well, one of the things we're looking at is an online safety legislation, specifically looking at children and how we ensure that, especially when we look at maybe some of the negative impacts that are not really within our regions yet, but we're tried to see how we regulate in anticipation, that because we've seen how that has impacted other areas specifically. So definitely, as we're doing these regulations, we're looking at potential best examples, see what other countries have done. The GDPR, we look at that. We look at so many other regions just to kind of see what's worked, what hasn't worked, and how can we adapt some of these for our own our specific needs as well. But I think definitely one of the key aspects of it as well is I think we understand that regulations alone, policies standing alone really won't get you. I really think you need to work with the companies, not just the big tech companies, by the way. We also need to work with the startups as well, right? Because I think maybe with the big techs, it's one of those things where we're a bit more reactive now. All of a sudden, we're reactive now. The platforms were already being designed. Now we're reacting to see how they can introduce these safety measures in. But I think with the startups, the edtech startups coming up, or so many other startups coming up, it's about how we work with them now at this stage so that we ensure, as everybody's been speaking about, that it is in the initial design and it's not an afterthought, something they think of later. And we're seeing good uptake, to be honest, within our region. I'll highlight an example. There's a bunch of young people in Sierra Leone who are developing edtech solutions with AI component. And to my surprise, the other day I was having a conversation with them and they're telling me how the solution they built, first of all, the AI is a bit homegrown, so they don't tap into the global AI data sets because they wanted to make sure that the children using it are getting information from our society and our culture as well, and our education system. So I thought that was great. But one of the really interesting things, so the platform is like a learning management tool, and it has this feature called like a learning buddy, where children can go on a chat box and have a conversation with each other and learn from each other. And what they've done is they introduced an AI which makes sure that the only thing you can talk about is education related. So we see some of those solutions already starting, and I think it's about how, as government and policymakers, we work with companies to make sure that in the design of these solutions, we're addressing the issue from there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam Minister. Let me turn to Mr. Thomas Devin. How can regulatory and corporate efforts be better aligned to ensure the digital products respect and reflect children's rights?
So we see quite a lot of progress, depending on nations, on some of these regulatory systems. I guess many of them have started from looking and tackling the most egregious issues for children, right? So child prostitution, grooming online, etc. The transition to understanding how other aspects of technology can be harmful is a little bit slower. And quite often, many nations are regulating technology in general without actually a specific angle on children. Some are doing that faster than others. Part of what we see is really effective is an alliances of the regulatory approach and to some extent the monitoring approach of, is this working, is this implemented, what are we doing if it's not implemented? That quite often remains a little bit vague. So what happens if it's not by design disengagement for children? What happens if there is a sense of addictive behavioral built into the system? What do we then do? It's not always clear from our regulatory platform systems. And so trying to get to that stage and saying, this is what happens. Having elements to also guide companies, and Minister Ba just mentioned this, is many of the companies are actually willing, but maybe are uncertain. So UNICEF developed a digital child right impact assessment, which is a tool, one of the tools to understand what will happen, what can happen, and that is a participatory process. So we bring in different elements of societies, children themselves, adolescent, young people, to also speak to what they feel are right design approaches, wrong design approaches, and then again, questioning what then happens once that voice is, and Christine spoke to that. That's quite important because many of the children we speak to say, you ask us for views, and then nothing happens. And so that's quite often where we feel we need to really get to that stage where once you engage children, it has to be meaningful. If you want it to be meaningful, it means action needs to be taken and needs to be visibly taken, so visibly monitored. Transparency is quite important. Another element that we see really powerful is when companies agree to kind of allow anybody to look under the hood. In other words, to understand this is how the algorithm functions. And once we are going to do this, this is what will change. And you can then monitor that together as a society again to try to understand whether there is a sense of progress on issues we together identified. One of the interesting, so I think the Minister Tong didn't really go fully, but we think the white paper on digital upbringing in Norway is quite interesting. I think, again, together with regulatory, we need to look at this as a public health issue, which means everybody needs to be on it. Parents need to understand it better. Parents need, many parents, once you start having conversation with your teenager, if your teenager has had a screen for the last 5 years, it's a little bit late. And indeed, it means you're going to fight probably a losing battle. And again, having 2 teenagers, I know what that means. And so really guiding parents and trying to understand what are maybe steps that you need to have in mind is going to be quite important. Bringing children, there is an interesting initiative in Scotland where they've brought the Children Parliament from Scotland to act as a mirror to the adult parliament on AI specifically with the Alan Turing Institutes and the Scottish AI Coalition. They are essentially going into various use cases of AI and bringing back to Parliament issues and recommendations on legislative pathways to tackle that. So there's multiple areas of work that we can bring that together. Part of what we are trying to do is kind of bring that knowledge back and offer that as a panel of options for different countries and societies to pick up.
Mm-hmm. Building on these very insights, may I turn to Ms. Emily Hu? How is Roblox even integrating child rights thinking into its design decisions, even ahead of regulation?
Yes, again, we have a program called Trust by Design, in which we basically take at the requirement level what are fundamental rights of children and how do we end up then incorporating them into the product features that we will later publish to the platform. We also have recently launched a teen council as of earlier this year, where we get a lot of feedback from teenagers throughout the world in terms of what, if we have any additional or updated policies, what their feedback is on that, and find out from the teens themselves what they are interested in and what they want to move forward with. I think what's really interesting about the Roblox platform as well is it's become a space in which children and teenagers are able to express themselves in areas where they maybe normally aren't able to do so in their real world experiences. So as an example, we've heard from a number of vulnerable groups within the Roblox platform that say that they have the ability to communicate with others that are like them that they wouldn't normally have in the real world space. And so we are really, really supportive of trying to foster and enable that form of communication and play, while at the same time maintaining privacy and protections in place to keep everyone safe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mr. Kleiner, let me turn to you. Which regulatory tools or frameworks do you believe are moving that needle most effectively in holding platforms accountable to children's rights?
So I would say that, first of all, regulation works. I mean, we've had very concrete examples. Just thinking about a recent case we opened against TikTok, where we found that in TikTok Lite there was some addictive behavior. And I think that we could have a positive result because this was withdrawn from the features of the platform. And generally speaking, this is very much our experience, that if you design legislation and you enforce it properly, this works. You cannot just count on the goodwill of companies that are making profits to change their features unless they have really some pressure also coming from the regulators. But we want to do that very effectively, and that's why we are going to publish these guidelines to improve children protection online. I can tell you that there are several elements we want to focus on, like assurance methods to restrict access to age-inappropriate content. This is very much the case for adult content websites. We have 4 open procedures against them in the EU. But also elements like setting accounts as private by default, reducing the risk of unsolicited contact by a stranger, making sure that the recommender systems are also reducing the risk for children, especially about these rabbit holes where you get in contact with harmful content, or elements linked with the possibility for children to take control, to block and mute user and ensure that they cannot be added to groups without their own agreement. So I think there are a series of measures we can take and through regulation enforce them. Another very important element is that we need to be serious about all this. It's not enough to just pay lip service to the safety of children, and that's why we are about to introduce also mechanisms that are robust to identify the age of users online. You need to know when somebody is a minor, because otherwise you are exposing them to potentially dangerous content. And that's why I think it's great what Norway is doing with this white paper. I think a lot of very, very positive elements. But if I may, I would invite Norway to actually adopt the Digital Services Act and actually invite more countries around the world to adopt the similar provisions in the Digital Services Act, because this is today the only way to change the reality and to force somehow also platforms and content providers to take this issue seriously. And if I may, I think that as a last point, we are here at the IGF, and somehow what is a bit sad is that we don't see enough the emergence of services online or digital products that really are addressing children as an audience. And maybe that's the challenge for this community. We need to really develop the right contents and make it also a business model for some companies. This is not at all the case today, and I think this is also why we are failing, because we are just trying to fix something which is not made for children.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So what emerges here certainly is the growing interplay between regulation and responsibility. The policy can certainly set the floor, but true impact certainly comes from when companies integrate children's rights into their design ethos from the very outset, right? So building on this, ensuring that digital platform serves the public interest, especially when it comes to children, it cannot rest on only one actor. It requires deliberate coordination, as I even read from the reflections here, across sectors, borders, and of course mandates. Now, what concrete steps can tech companies, governments, and international bodies take together to make this shared responsibility a reality? This is a question, and with which I would first turn to Madam Minister Tung.
Thank you. And I think that we need to act more coordinated, because no one can solve this problem alone. I think we all agree on that one. So first, I believe that international organizations need to be better coordinated. I think we got great views here, both from UNICEF, the European Union, the Five Rights Foundation. I think we've been given a lot of important knowledge today, so be able to be better internationally coordinated. I think that would be step number one. Step number two, of course, the governments need to have good regulations, good laws. We are now, as we are speaking, implementing DSA in Norway now. We are sending out a law proposal because I really believe in the DSA. That is a good regulation for the European continent, keeping children safe. And number three, the tech companies need also to take more responsibility to make their platforms safer for children. So if the government do their part, international organizations do their part, tech companies do their part, I think we will take a huge step forward. And I also want to give compliments to the tech companies for taking important steps since we started to discuss this topic of children. But we need to do more.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'll come back to Minister Ba shortly after. Let me turn to Mr. Thomas Davin. How can international agencies like UNICEF act as the connectors across policy, platform, and the civil society to institutionalize this responsibility?
So it's not an easy act, because I think we face the reality, and several panel members talked to that, of really companies looking for the bottom line, and the bottom line is more money, and it means more people on that platform, and it means that part of when we talk about addiction behavior, it's part of what brings and keeps people on the platform. And so we are in the middle. The international organizations do not really have a power to talk about this. So part of what we are really trying to do is really talk about what's an incentivized regulatory platform that enables these companies to feel, if I do it well, it's good for the bottom line as well. And if I don't do it well, there are consequences, and the EU mentioned that. And so really looking into this, but looking at it again from a win-win perspective in as much as we can. I think part of what we are trying to build a little bit deeper into, where we don't have enough data, is understanding also what is the cost of inaction. Right? So we are very clear about what's the cost of inaction on smoking, on alcohol, on drugs, on sugar, not so much on technology. What is going to be the economic cost societally, and the GDP cost? So we're trying to be better at also telling that story. I think we're also trying to really bring best practices in ways that enables other countries to benefit from Norway's experience, to benefit from Scotland's experience about what works, and trying to look at, well, from an education system, having children as actors of their own lives. So we did talk about digital literacy and the sense of digital natives. We fully agree that they need to be better equipped to understand how those technologies actually function, to also be able to make choices and make informed choices, even from quite a younger age. Once they start understanding all of those metrics, they are better at managing their own risks in many, many ways. And again, empowering parents to have that knowledge of, how do I help my child, in the same way that you say, if you're in the playground, you do not go with an adult that you do not know, even if he or she says he's coming from your parent. You have a safe password, or you have something. Having parents being able to have those conversations with their children, understanding, helping them understand those are the risks of those platforms. This is the limits that we set for ourselves as a family, that you should set for yourself as a user. All of this is important. But again, it's going to take, I think, an acknowledgement that this is not just a new thing. It is a public health issue. We need to treat it as such.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let me turn to Ms. You. As I ask you to add your perspective to this central concern, I'd certainly be happy if you would add your thoughts on the partnership or co-regulatory approaches that have shown real potential in advancing child protection at the platform level at Shoeplox.
I know that recent years, one of the regulations that I really found to be quite effective was the age-appropriate design code from the UK. I appreciated the fact that with respects to especially transparency to children and basically upholding children's rights, it really did, I think, a very good job of that. With regards to trying to solve for this problem, I think there are a number of things that a company could potentially do. One is, of course, multi-stakeholder engagement and getting involved in a number of industry working groups to solve problems. For example, we're involved with the Tech Coalition and their Lantern program, in which we're sharing signals amongst companies to take action against child sexual exploitation and abuse. We do a number of other, we are involved in a number of other working groups as well, with child safety in mind. Another potential solution is with, of course, again, safety by design, having safety as a fundamental requirement to all product features that would eventually get published on the platform. We feel that it's very critical to ensure that, given that our audience is predominantly under the age of 18, that we take care of them and have a responsibility of taking care of them on the platform. Also engaging in participating and getting involved, or getting involvement from youth, and getting their opinions and feedback, and understanding what they're experiencing on the platform and how we can resolve any of the pain points or issues they may be dealing with. I think that's also very critical as well. And then finally, developing education to basically express not only what Roblox is to everyone, but to also provide education to both parents and children alike to ensure the safety, protection, and privacy of themselves on the platform.
Ms. Leander, what does meaningful collaboration look like from a child rights advocacy standpoint? And where are the current gaps?
Thank you. Well, I think there are lots of gaps. So firstly, I'll echo, I think, a few points are already made, but one, indeed, governments have an absolutely critical role. Self-regulation has not worked, and good regulation does work. And I appreciate the endorsement also given to the age-appropriate design code. And I really applaud the European Commission for the work that the EU is doing here, and also the African Union has done some good work. So governments need to regulate, they need to implement, and most importantly, they need to enforce. And this really, really does take resources and political will. They also need to invest in broader awareness raising and capacity building, in particular of civil society. At the moment, the traditional groups who support communities and ensure that oversight are not aware, do not have the knowledge and capacity to work in this area. So capacity building of civil society is something that urgently requires resources and support. International bodies need to continue to promote coherence. So this is a global problem. We need global solutions, global standards, and no one must be left behind. Industry and technical bodies have a really important role to play, not only in developing technical standards and certification mechanisms, but also in investing in educating industry professionals, in particular engineers. Like civil society, they really need support in this area to understand children's rights and needs. And finally, tech companies need to play ball. I mean, really meaningfully play ball. They need to get their act together, and they need to do really what they do best. So innovate to respond to demands by understanding that in this case, the demand is for products and services that genuinely will be beneficial to children.
Mm-hmm. Let me get back to Mr. Kleiner. How, Mr. Kleiner, can regulatory frameworks be designed to encourage and not to enforce joint responsibility among these stakeholders?
So I think that regulation, as I was saying, we believe works if you implement it properly, and this is where also we want to have a constant dialogue between the European Commission and the platforms that are subject to the Digital Service Act, but also to the Audio Visual Media Service Directive that have also provisions to protect children. We also want indeed to have this way to measure the age of users online. We think this is really essential to be real about what is happening. But generally speaking, this requires really a constant discussion and debate. That's why we have opened this consultation on the guidelines that will inform them for, we intend to publish by the end of this summer, Article 28 of the Digital Services Act. But also we are trying to have, now some inquiry on precisely on mental health, and we are preparing some initiatives around cyberbullying to be specific about this issue. But more generally, what I would say is that this is not a one-off. It is a constant effort because the technology is evolving all the time and you have new issues, new problems. 1 year is a long time when you are 12 years old, which also means that you need to be very fast and very agile in reacting to new development. And this is why we have also in the EU these so-called safer internet centers. They are really locally established. And we have had more than 35 million single visitors to these websites, which shows the magnitude of the issue we're talking about. So families, children, they want to know more. They want to be not only educated, but they want to have also support to address very concrete issues. Conversations in families are difficult around this. Try to indeed block access to games or to social media with your children. I can tell you it's not easy. And that's where also I think that collectively we need to provide these resources. So again, this Safer Internet Centers is one of the success stories of our efforts to make a better internet for kids, as we say it. But I think that for me, the end message is that it cannot be something that we just leave to parents, or we leave to platforms, or we leave to governments. We have to work together.
Turning to Ms. Christine, from your TikTok's experience, what shared standards or governance models have helped bridge, the public-private divide in practicing in protecting young users?
Yeah, so as one of the subjects to, amongst other regulations, the Digital Services Act, we actually appreciate it because it provides a level playing field. It also provides a forum for this ongoing conversation, not just with the regulation, but also with civil society and other actors. And I truly, truly believe that we have a better chance of being successful if we do work together. And it's not about like shying away from the responsibility or passing it on to someone else. It's about efficiency. So let me just illustrate that with an example. I'm from Sweden, and sadly we've seen a development over the last few years where teenagers, young teenagers even, are pulled into criminality by gangs. And as an isolated player, as a platform in this instance, we can make sure to have policies in place. We can make sure to enforce those policies, and we can have channels with law enforcement authorities. But this is also not going to address the root cause. This is at best going to be a mitigation once something has already gone wrong. So when BRIS, which is a minor safety NGO in Sweden, was tasked by the Swedish government to increase the support available for teenagers generally, but in particular those at risk for being pulled into this environment, we decided to partner with them, and we did so with full force. So we found creators that they were not previously in touch with, that could be that kind of voice that would speak to those that they wanted to reach. We found creative agencies that could help them with the expression that would really, really speak to these teenagers. We helped them with the strategic campaigns, and unfortunately, given the topic that we're talking about, it was a success. There was a need for this, right? So we saw, or they saw rather, sorry, a 60% increase of calls to their helpline. The campaign in itself had 26 million video views, 2.7 unique viewers, and this is in a country where we have around 10 million inhabitants and about 3.2 million users on TikTok. So there was clearly a need that we could help really, them reach out to this group. We also did that in a very close dialogue led by the Minister of Justice in Sweden that gathered indeed public authorities, civil society organizations, and some of the platforms where we can have that forum to kind of continue and build and iterate. And I also think that it's now grown to a Nordic initiative, so it's also something that we're trying to address collectively at a Nordic level. I think also there is a need to have a mutual kind of understanding and transparency when we talk about these issues. I think as a government, if you will allow me, I think it's actually quite important to use platforms like TikTok to truly understand what it is that you're trying to regulate and how you can facilitate collaboration. On our end, we're trying to be, or we're highly committed to rather, transparency. I welcome or invite everyone to spend some time in our Transparency Center, where we talk very, very openly about the number, and I believe still as the only platform, the number of accounts that we've removed because we suspect that they're underage. We talk about our success in enforcement of our policies. We talk about how the algorithm works, and we talk about products more in detail to really get a bit further down into creating that understanding. And I think that's really, really important when it comes to building that kind of trusting relationship, not just with our community, but also with society around us that we're a very kind of integrated part of at this point.
Mm-hmm. And as we engage in this conversation, even at the moment, I think it's important we pay heed to the fact that there is a huge divide between the worlds, a digital divide and a divide in the apparatuses surrounding this, which are so central towards empowering the digital world, right? So I think it's so important, and I'm sure that's one of the biggest challenge for governments, for companies and the players to deal with. So as I make this statement, let me turn to Minister Ba. How can countries from the Global South be meaningfully included in global coordination efforts, ensuring that solutions are both inclusive and equitable?
Thank you, thank you. I think I'd really like to re-echo what a lot of my colleagues have really talked about, which is really critical, the need to collaborate along international organizations, along civil society, the tech companies as well. Really, it's a whole of stakeholder approach. It can't be just a job of either government or the job of the companies themselves to do. It really takes all the stakeholders to come on board and really work together. And I think maybe one of the biggest also points to make is we do believe that these digital platforms inherently are public interest goods, play a significant role in the advancement of society in terms of just exposing, when we talk about bridging that digital divide and making sure everybody has access to the same opportunities. And because of these platforms, we see young people now aspiring to beyond what is in their immediate societies and realities. And I think we have to acknowledge it. As government, we use these platforms to make sure that we now move the public sphere, which used to be controlled by traditional media. Now, as government, all of our government sectors we all have social media accounts, and that's how we communicate directly to people and to children. So I think it's ineffective that way. I think even if you look at, I was saying this to somebody the other day, surprisingly, is a surprising stat, 15% of the traffic in Sierra Leone goes through TikTok. So we think that's a huge, huge aspect in terms of looking at the impact, and it has. And we're already working with some of these specifically, for example, TikTok, we're working with the African office in terms of looking at how we ensure that these platforms are safe, because whilst we know it serves a huge public good, but we also have to ensure, as we've been talking about, that it's safe. And we're rolling out trainings, we're rolling out capacity building initiatives, we're rolling out platforms in terms of ensuring how can we more efficiently flag some of these harmful content that we see. And I think maybe for us within the Global South, one of the problems we've faced is it felt as if it was a long, drawn-out process that we didn't really was clouded a bit in terms of how do we report some of these contents that we see, because within our region, we understand the context more sometimes rather than maybe somebody from outside. So I think we've working with them to get that. But maybe just the final point to put across, even within government though, I think there's a huge need for collaboration even amongst ourselves in terms of understanding what we're doing. For example, you talk about this space, you're talking about dealing with a ministry such as myself that is responsible for the digital economy, but then obviously there's a Ministry of Gender and Children Affairs specifically, so we have to make sure things are aligned that way. You're talking about also, and potentially the Ministry of Education, how we're ensuring that within the education system, the digital platforms that are available and can improve learning outcomes are doing that. For example, with the advent of the ChatGPTs and the AIs of the world, we have the Ministry of Information. We're working with them to see issues such as deepfake. Deepfake now is a significant thing, and how we're ensuring that people recognize these are deepfakes, or all of a sudden, especially when you're in a society who might not be as digitally literate. And even some people don't understand there's such things as deepfake. Sometimes you see something is out in the social media platforms, people believe that it is true, and our government has to be flexible enough to quickly respond and to alleviate fears. You have the parliament also, which you have to get on board. So I think really the underlining message is there's a lot of cross-collaboration that needs to happen right across.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And now, as we approach to the very close of this very important conversation, I'm sure 90 minutes wouldn't do justice to this very huge topic that we've come here, but I'm sure this adds one stone or a pebble to the very silent pond. That's how I would like to put it. Now, as we come to the concluding moments of this session, I would want to invite each of our panelists. I think, given the time, I can allow you less than 60 seconds to each to make share your final takeaway or your call to action. So can we begin with Mr. Thomas Davin?
I was afraid you were starting with me. I would have preferred to go last. I'm not quite ready. I think it's the potential of technology is immense when we look at the outcome for children, and again through these platforms that we've talked, or the gaming, children learn so much. They get exposed to so much that they may not be exposed. The potential is fantastic. The risk is very genuine, and I think what we are seeing is we need to take that with an urgency that we have not yet completely seized across the globe, I would say. Maybe the EU is maybe slightly ahead, but I think that is quite important. And in doing that, we need to build on the leaders, those who are leaning in, whether it is TikTok and the examples we've heard, what Roblox is doing for best practices, so that again, we push forward in saying, in building the world we want, with children at the heart and with their voices in meaningful collaboration, impacting decisions on designs and shifts in designs as they keep voicing what works for them and what may not.
Thank you. Ms. Emily, you.
I think I would definitely say that we want to maintain and keep children at the heart of what we do, and also take into consideration their viewpoints and opinions. In addition to that, I think that there's been, from a historical perspective, perhaps some tension between safety and innovation, and we find that actually we can, in fact, innovate with keeping safety fundamental to that. So, yeah, we're basically trying our best to not only entertain and allow children around the world to connect with one another, but also to keep them safe and secure and their information private.
Thank you. Mr. Kleiner.
So I really would like to thank also the government of Norway for hosting us here at the IGF. I think it has been already a fantastic conference. And I think this panel was very, very rich, and I think full of very important conclusions. So what I would really want to do as a close is to have a call for action, because I think it's not enough to understand the issues. Now we need really collectively to take this in our hands, which means look at the regulation that the EU has introduced, try to expand it around the globe, have real measures to have age verification in place that work, and make sure also that we really make the internet a better place for children by having age-appropriate content, but also services that are really targeting children, because technology is a wonderful opportunity and our kids are great.
Thank you. Ms. Christine Gran.
Yeah, thank you. We want to continue to be a place that people come to have fun and explore and learn, right? And as I underlined throughout this conversation, safety is a prerequisite for that. Now, we don't always get everything right. We put in a huge amount of work to keep our platform safe, and we are industry leading in many ways in this space. But we want to continue to listen and learn and iterate and rise to the challenge. And I also would like to, I'm sure that all of you that have taken time to listen to us today have a lot of very good input as well. So I would like to invite all of you to come to our booth as well and continue this conversation so that we can engage more. Thank you.
Ms. Leander.
So I'd reiterate what some have said, that there is huge potential, and children are very optimistic, thankfully. We know what needs to be done, and as Emily also said, we can do it. But I would just, a word of caution, do not be naive. Big change needs to happen. We cannot allow children's futures to be at the mercy of commercial imperatives, which at the moment they are. This is not going to be something that's going to be easy to wrestle back. So please, Keep up the good work. Please implement, please enforce, please regulate. We can help. And please listen to children and please stand up for them.
Thank you so much, Minister Ba.
Thank you so much. I think definitely we echo a lot of what has been said in terms of the huge potential that technologies bring and these platforms bring. And I think really, as we mentioned, specifically for regions such as ours, we see how young children who, there's actually research done about the potential of a young person who grows up with access to these platforms versus another one who grows up and without, and the outcomes from them. So we understand those. And I think maybe another topic which really we haven't talked about today, but I think it's also a huge topic area, is just also the huge potential economic benefits that are accessible to young children if they can fully participate on these platforms as well. But obviously, we also have to ensure that they're safe whilst they're using this platform. And I think maybe another point as a call to action is really responsible use of these platforms as well. Might be another conversation to have at another time. So really the call to action is, again, to all stakeholders and specifically the companies, is to really come on board with us and really look at this issue as critical. Maybe, I know sometimes there's a tendency when we say Africa and then there's just maybe one representative or two, but it's really a diverse region, and we hope that we see that being reflected in terms of the engagement across board.
And finally, Minister Tung.
Thank you. And first, I want to say thank you to the panelists, because I think this session shows the importance of IGF and the multi-stakeholder model. It brings us together at the same floor, being able to have tough conversation, to be able to move forward, really. We need to protect the children better than we are doing today, and as technology can help us solve huge societal challenges, help us close the digital gap, and also make new opportunities. But we have to put the ethical perspective first. We have to put the children first. We have to put the citizens first, because also it's about the parents and adult people as well. So in Norway, we are doing a lot of things. We have the white paper on growing up digitally safe. We are now trying to implement an age limit of 15 years old to the social media platform. We work together with Google and Microsoft to put personal privacy first when children are using this platform in school. And we have banned mobile phones from the classroom. So we do a lot of things. We do it together with the company. I want to continue to work together, because we can't do this alone. For in the end, for me, it is a question, looking back, I don't know, 10, 20 years from now, I ask myself, what kind of side of history do I want to stand on? And I want to stand on the children's side, and I invite really all of you to be on the same side.
Wow. We couldn't have ended in a better note than this. I reiterate, we were engaged in discussion on a topic which is no longer an emerging risk. It's too urgent, too complex, and too personal, I believe, to each one of us, right? And what we've heard today from this very distinguished panel is very, very clear, that protecting children in this digital age and in the age of algorithms is not just a technical challenge for us. It is certainly a moral imperative, right? And the future of digital governance must, as I could read from the essence of this distinguished panel, must be built with and not just for our young citizens. Well, thank you so much to all our distinguished panelists for the great leadership, the great undertakings that you're doing in your own respective niches, and for the great, the value you have accorded to this panel with your very, very gracious presence. A special thanks to the government of Norway and to Madam Minister for this great initiative and for the great takeaways we all are having to do from the Lillestrøm conference. So with this, I thank the members in the audience for your presence and your engagements as well. So with this, I rest my microphone and call off the session as I invite my distinguished panelists to kindly step forward for a group photo. Thank you.
Yep, tack. So this is the English channel. Can you hear me on the English channel? I hope you can hear the interpretation. Here we are on the English channel on this wonderful day. It is Thursday and the next session is at 11:30.
Can we try French?
Please welcome to the stage the moderator Avri Doria, researcher technicalities.
Long walk. So welcome, and thank you for coming. And let me get out my little speech here. This is a very interesting setup. It was far more formal than I expected. But anyway, welcome to this session of the IGF on the impact of the IGF on the information society. My name's Avri Doria. That's nice, they already said it. And I'm the moderator of the session. In this session, I'm going to ask the distinguished panelists who will be joining us soon, and you all, the participants, for personal and professional viewpoints on the question. To start, in my speaking, let me talk about who I am and my personal perspective on this. The IGF is very important to me, and I expect it is to many of you. I hope it is, but then again, there's not all that many of you here. Sometimes I'm in love with it, truly in love with it, and sometimes, well, not so much. So it's been a long relationship with many different feelings and such. I was here at its conception. I was here at its birth. I've been here through many of its ups and downs, managed to make it to most all of the meetings, and have a very strong sort of personal relationship to it. I also have felt that it has helped me understand sort of the various viewpoints of the various populations to information society, the needs, and such. So for me, it has been a critical information source, a critical ability to meet people, talk to people, understand people who have a different view than I do, and such. So that for me has been very strong and has sort of entered every bit of my work as I've gotten involved in other parts of the community. Going to ask all the panelists for their view. We're going to have a set of 3 questions that I'll go through in a bit. And then I'm going to go to you, the participants. And I'm very glad to see that you're lit and not sitting in the dark watching a show. But I really want this to be something where after everybody on stage, all the participants on stage, the speakers have had their chance to speak to the questions that all of you do. So when I ask the questions, I'm going to be asking them not only of the panelists, but of those of you who are here and those online as well. The IGF has been important. I think it's been important to your businesses, to your research, your learning, your teaching, to those of you that are involved in a political life. Over the 20 years, that importance has shown up in many places, at many times, in many ways. It's part of what I'm hoping that we can capture. It has provided a home for an evolving set of objectives over the years. You know, there's been many efforts. It's sort of developed the national and regional initiatives, you know, and developing internet governance policy, the best practice efforts, the policy networks, the aptly named dynamic coalitions and that work all year round, that have basically looked into a number of different issues, exciting issues and important issues. Just as internet governance has evolved with the new issues, the IGF now stands at a milestone period of its evolving role in the coordination of digital governance spaces. to improve the dialogue and the links among people, the links among governments, the links among institutions, ways of looking at the internet and data. You know, how does it evolve? How do they all interact? How do we all interact when this is happening? It is a place for many issues that we haven't even discovered yet. Those that are emerging issues and those that will emerge, hopefully, over the next couple years. So this main session basically has two objectives. The first objective is to share the experiences of you, the stakeholders, that demonstrate the IGF's usefulness and to illustrate its concrete and meaningful impact on the evolution of the digital ecosystem in different national and regional contexts and in different sectors of the economy, of society. The second purpose is to discuss how the IGF should continue to contribute to the achievement of a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, of how it should play its central role in the ongoing WSIS and in the beginnings of the GDC processes. These are the questions that I will ask each of the participants, and these are the questions that I will ask you to consider when we open up microphones. And I'm told that there will be 2 microphones at the edge of the hallway, but that's, I guess, when we get to that part of the discussion. So first I will ask them of the panelists, and then I will ask them of all of you. Also, there will be a Mentimeter poll on the first question that, as that goes through, and I guess at some point that'll get displayed, and with the QR code that you all need to go to if you're going to use the Mentimeter and give your opinions, and I hope you do. So the first question that I will ask is, what has the IGF meant to you, and what do you want it to mean to you in the future? So it's looking both a retrospective and also forward. And how is that connected? What does it mean? What should it mean? What can it mean? How has the IGF multi-stakeholder model, one among many, and its realizations, whether it's in the IGF meetings, the NRIs, the dynamic coalitions, the policy networks, the best practice forums, how has that worked? Is some part of that really been resonant with you and what was important and such? How has it made an impact on your organization, your internet issues, your country, your region? However it's made an impact, it's important for us to hear. How can the IGF play a more impactful role to contribute to the implementation of WSIS goals in the GDC? So the third question then comes down to, how can it be better? How can it become more impactful? How can it achieve its results better? As I said, first I'll ask the panelists, and then I plan to come to all of you. So think about your answers to the questions. Think about whether you want to answer just one, just two, or all 3 of them. Everybody will get sort of the same 3 minutes that each of the panelists can get. We have a very fine set of panelists, of speakers, and so I'm going to ask you to welcome them all. And we have Hans-Peter Hollen of RIPE NCC. We have Professor Ambassador Batanga Ndemo, who's Ambassador to Kenya, to Belgium and the European Union. We have Renata Miele, Chair of CGI.BR, the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. We have Funke Opeke, founder of Main One and Nigeria. We have Kusei Al-Shati of the Arab IGF. We have Shat Garcia Marmilo of the Association for Progressive Communications, APC. We have Luca Belli, a professor at FGV Law School in Rio de Janeiro. And we have Isabel Lois, Vice Chair of the CSTD. At this point, I ask you to welcome them all as they come in and find their seats. Thank you. Please welcome. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, and I've given sort of the questions to all you. They have been reading the questions for days now, and I'm going to ask each of them basically to go through their set of answers in sort of the view they have of the three questions. And first, I'd like to start. Sorry. I'm stumbling over my words. I apologize. So first, I'd like to ask you, Tanga and Demo, to please give us your view of the three questions and their answers.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and it's a wonderful thing to discuss IGF over the past several years. The first encounter I had with IGF, I had just become a policymaker in my country, Kenya, and policymakers then would make policy and you make sure it's implemented. And this new method of consultations with the stakeholders was very new and very painful. But once you've gone through the whole process with the stakeholders, implementation became much, much easier. For those who are younger, at the time, there was no Google. I think there was Netscape, Alta Vista, that's what was there. We didn't know what exactly internet will do. But thank God it went the IGF way. Otherwise, it would have been a private sector company selling its services to the people. There was no infrastructure. In Kenya, for example, not just Kenya, but the whole of Africa. Africa had only 1 gig of capacity for the whole continent through Intelsat. And the moment we started talking about building the infrastructure, even those who are funding would ask questions like, who is going to use the capacities that you want to bring through the undersea? I remember once in a World Bank meeting, I said, you must watch the movie Field of Dreams, that if you build it, they will come. And they said, is that the answer that you are giving us? I said, yes, this is what we think that is going to change or liberalize these new technologies that are coming. To cut the story short, the infrastructure came, then building the regulatory mechanisms and building the way we are now using the internet. But that came through the several consultations or early meetings of IGF, where we came to learn precisely what we needed to do to make this technology work for the people. I think I would stop there and
thank you. It's a very good start. It's a very good perspective to start with. Now, Hans-Petter, I'd like to go to you, and from your perspective as the leader of one part of the critical resources that we rest this internet on, could you please give us your view of the three?
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Avri. I mean, this is not about me. This is about the RIPE NCC, the institution I'm in charge of, which is then supporting its community, the RIPE community, which is a part of the larger technical community. And the IGF has been a rare and essential arena where technical realities meet policy aspirations. And as digital governance agendas accelerate globally, the IGF must remain the venue that promotes clarity, ensure that we don't jeopardize the internet's core infrastructure while trying to regulate the services built atop it, where necessary. So this means we need to protect the internet coordination, which keeps it running through stable interoperable systems. And we need to strengthen internet governance, which shapes how we use it through shared norms and policies. And we need to guide digital governance, which shapes what it becomes in terms of social transformations. And I think it's important to be aware that the IGF, as we see it here, is not the only thing. It's not just a single event. It's a living ecosystem that includes national and regional IGFs, dynamic coalitions, best practice forums, policy networks. So it's not only about the once a year IGF, it's about this whole ecosystem around it. And Our engagement starts in the rooted belief that we should start at the local level and scale it upwards. We support IGFs and network operators groups, both financially and with speakers, to help the communities organize and identify emergent issues and understand stakeholder needs so we can bring them to the regional and global level. And as one of the 5 regional internet registries, the RIPE NCC is tasked with ensuring long-term scalability, resilience, and security of the internet. So scalability, we do to allocation of and registration of IP addresses, number of resources, the ones that you don't see but your computers need in order to communicate. IPv6 is an important thing here. That's what we need for scalability for the future. We also need to strengthen routing security by implementing something called resource public key infrastructure, where the providers can sign their routing announcements so we know that packets flow where they should. And resiliency is also important, where we assign or register ASN numbers, which enables multi-homing and pairing and creation of robust interconnection. All of this is needed for the new and fancy applications we need on top of the network to work. And how can we do this in the future? Well, we need to continue to deepen the collaboration with governments and between governments. We need to empower the national and regional IGFs, and they're crucial for localizing the global discussions and fostering bottom-up approaches. And we need to enhance inclusivity and accessibility, and we need to translate this dialogue here into tangible process. And important here is that we need to secure now a permanent mandate for the IGF so that we can have the focus on the matters at hand, not securing the future as a meeting place. I think that's important. And I think one of the things we need to bear in mind here is that the internet is a public good and that must serve humanity, to quote the minister from earlier this week. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there and then pass it on.
Thank you. And I'm going to give one piece of advice that I often get. When you get too short a time, please be sure to speak slowly. It makes it harder for people to listen, and it makes it harder for those to translate, but thank you very much. So I apologize for the short time zones, but please. So Renata, coming from a multi-stakeholder, an early multi-stakeholder instantiation at a national level, I wonder if you could give your view on the 3 questions.
Thank you, Avery. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us this morning. I'm going to speak as a chair of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. Although the multi-stakeholder model of the Brazil Internet, the CGI.br, predates the IGF model as a space for multi-stakeholder dialogue and for bringing new relevant issues to the attention of the society has been very influential and inspiring the creation of the Brazilian IGF in 2011. The Brazilian IGF, in turn, has been essential also in the creation of a very robust Brazilian multi-stakeholder internet governance community, because we are not talking about an event, we are not also talking about a body, but we are talking about an ecosystem. And this regional IGFs and the IGF, they put this ecosystem in moving, so which is very, very achievable. Our IGF, we call it FIB, because it's Fórum da Internet no Brasil, speaking in Portuguese, and it's very important for us, in particular because this space has been an essential part in the development of internet policies in Brazil, inspired by the multi-stakeholder network of the IGF, being extremely influential in the public debates that lead to the Brazil Marco Civil da Internet, the Brazilian Internet Civil Rights Framework in 2014, that was signed on the Net Mundial. and the Brazilian General Data Protection Law in 2018. But regarding the third question about how strengthening the IGF, how interlink IGF with the other process like GDC. I also believe that São Paulo Multistakeholder guidelines that we launched yesterday and it was developed during the Net Mundial Plus 10 last year, raise important points that can be taken into account in order to contribute with the debate on strengthening the IGF. So I invite everybody to go to the CGI stand there and pick up your book, but bringing some aspects. The first step is to give the IGF a permanent mandate. I think this is we are listening this a lot here, which requires a more stable and robust funding. And second, we need to amplify the role of the IGF in the WSIS framework and better integration with the WSIS Forum. The WSIS Forum is the platform for following up the action lines, but it's a space that's more restricted to governments and facilitators representing the various UN agencies responsible for each action lines. So I think rethinking this governance structure is, in my view, one of the main challenges we have to face. We need also better integration with decision-making forums, such as UN organizations and other spaces, and particularly regarding GDC, I think the IGF has to be empowered as a main focal point for the follow-up of the Global Digital Compact implementation and integrated with the WSIS Forum, as I said, according to the modalities to be defined, and that the UN avoids any fragmentation and duplication of spaces in that regard. Because when we have a lot of spaces, different photos, it's become very difficult to civil society, academia, and even governments from the Global South to attend all these different spaces. And this is not good for a multi-stakeholder model. Well, I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you, Avri, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I come to you, Funke. And I guess as an entrepreneur, as a founder in Nigeria in the development area, I wonder what your perspective, what your company's perspective would be on these questions.
Hey, thank you, Avri. And good morning, everyone. Really great to have this opportunity to speak and reflect as I'm coming to the end of one phase of my career, which is retiring from the company that I founded in West Africa, main one, to build digital infrastructure and close the digital divide. When we launched the submarine cable from Lagos to Portugal in 2010, internet penetration in our region was close to 10%. And as pioneers, we've had to lean on platforms like the IGF to learn best practices, to really help build the ecosystem that's been critical in growing that base to close to 50% across West Africa today. The cable does extend into 5 countries directly. We're providing data access to 10 countries across West Africa. And when I get to reflect at this stage of my career, what the IGF has meant. First, as pioneers in the Global South, and I heard Bitange talk about access. Google didn't exist. Access to information, be it policy information or stakeholder in terms of civil society and the populations, how you really bridge that gap with regulators and government policies, partners, and working with the content providers. We realized early on that just building the infrastructure was not sufficient to close the gap. And so a lot of work had to be done, and hence the role of platforms like the IGF in enabling us to do that, really understand the role of the ecosystem and all the players and the stakeholders, how we work with them, how we leverage those resources to build skill and capacity in our market, to build out IXPs and internet connection point, to address issues of data governance, as that has become a more critical issue as we got more access, cybersecurity. So it's really given us a platform, and not just from a global south or large platform, global north, global south dialogue, but by having other global south partners. I know very early on in the journey, I met Bitange when he was regulator in Kenya. Kenya was a couple of years ahead in terms of what they were doing, and we were able to learn from them and bring some of those practices to our market. So that's been the role. Sitting here at this point and looking at the issue of permanence, I agree, and I think with the polarized world that we have today, contemplating not having this kind of platform, multi-stakeholder platform, recognizing it's not decision-making for the internet, is actually a very chilling thought. What would it be if we did not have, the Global South did not have a seat at the table? Now, there's still a lot of work to be done, because I said just 50% penetration across large parts of Africa. So there's still work to be done on digital inclusion, on building up access, addressing issues of skill and digital literacy and affordability to really get to the very last person so no one gets left behind. The challenge is the global north has a different set of issues with the acceleration of AI and the pace of digital transformation. And I look today, I'm not sure the divide is closer than it was when I started 15 years ago on this journey. So I think for the IGF, as you say, permanent status, engagement under the WIS's agenda, more deeper engagement with decision makers on a global scale to really drive that objective for 2030 so that no one is left behind. That's what I look out for in the future.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to move on to Crises. You've been part of this IGF scheme for as long as I remember, and instrumental in Arab IGF. So from your perspective, from that perspective, how do you see the answers to the three questions?
Thank you, Avery, and thank you. I'm so honored to be with you at this panel and with the distinguished panelists. I will look at this. I will say, in 2005, there was 500 million users, internet users. Today, we have above 4.5 billion users. Internet-related organizations today are more open, more inclusive, more bottom-up in its structure and its operation across the world. Diversity, multilingualism, wider audience, and tools and mechanisms that is widely available for us is widely available to be used and take the benefit of. Broadband is widely available. Choice of access is widely available with lower costs compared to let's say, 20 years ago. Devices are costing less. Multi-stakeholder process became the norm of things, became a culture, became the fact that we use to when we are engaged in policy dialogue or regulation or others. Digital economy, the enabling environment for innovation, and the greater role it's playing in the GDPs of countries. That's today a fact. Reflecting this, it became also the norm for us on regional and national level, where we took the conduct and the practice of governance to our regions and countries. What that says to me, governance works. 20 years after the inception of the IGF or our IG works and is successful. And maybe it's the most successful outcome of the WSIS. And it worked because who was behind it? The people who had the will and passion from all segments of stakeholders who wanted governance to work because they believe this is the best for the internet. So being part of them, such a wonderful experience. Learning from them, exchanging knowledge, exchanging expertise, resolving our differences and point of views, yet united on agreeing that governance is the way to go. And that's passion by itself. And this passion needs to continue. So moving forward, the IGF should continue because there is more work to do. And it is an ongoing work. And the best to do it is to couple it with digital cooperation, where issues today like AI governance, cross-border data, and data governance, as an example, not as all, need to be addressed within a platform like the IGF. And I'll stop here.
Thank you. Coming next to you, Chat, who with APC probably was my first introduction into the whole civil society part of this whole issue, having come out of the tech areas when I first got involved. So from that perspective, and you've also been there since the beginning, could you tackle the 3 questions, please?
Thank you, Avi, and good morning, everyone. APC is part of the IGF tribe in the last 20+ years. So it's an honor to be here, and I want to start by recognizing that, yes, APC has been deeply engaged with IGF since its inception, from the early days of WSIS to the working group that helped actually form the IGF, which you were a part of, and I think many of probably people sitting here were part of. And we've worked alongside our fellow civil society stakeholders to shape its structure and content. For over 20 years, our contributions, we believe, have been integral to the IGF's evolution. And in turn, this space has played a pivotal role in sharing our advocacy and our work. This is how we've learned, connected, and really engaged, because we've also changed how we think because of the connections that this space has offered us. It has been an invaluable platform, a place to listen deeply, to speak, and more importantly, to act. It has amplified voices from the Global South, which is something that we are really passionate about. This is what we bring to this space. Often, those who are marginalized in digital governance conversations. And this is really important because otherwise those perspectives cannot be heard. It's also shifted the focus of these conversations to center on human rights, inclusion, you referred to this, digital inclusion, and I think increasingly justice, values that are essential in shaping the digital future that we will all share. Through initiatives like, and I just want to share with you, to remind you, we have done quite a few things in relation to looking at really what has IGF achieved, and we've contributed in looking at our Global Information Society Watch, really trying to again bring voices from the Global South, local voices, to see how that really plays out locally, because we have many members in different countries. We've also contributed in relation to really looking at the School of African School on Internet Governance, where it's not only civil society that we've engaged in, we've helped build capacity of governments, regulators, civil society, grassroots to engage more meaningfully, because really, what makes IGF is the people behind it, and I do think it's important to really build that capacity. For us at APC, the IGF, as everyone has said here, is not just an annual event. It's like I think people refer to it as an ecosystem, a living ecosystem. It's a network of regional initiatives, intersessional work, and relationships that lead to tangible, real-world change. This platform, the IGF, has allowed us to advocate for policies that prioritize, for example, community-centered connectivity and challenge market models that leave entire communities without access. And I think that's what you referred to in terms of the challenge, more than 50%. We've also, I remember, and part of that in Kenya, for example, we have worked with the regulators to have a license for community-centered connectivity. I think it's this kind of connections that really add value to the work that we all do. The IGF has also been crucial in helping us address issues that are critical, for example, like gender-based violence and defending sexual and reproductive rights in digital spaces, issues that you wouldn't think should be part of the discussion of infrastructure. I think other people referred to it. And more than a decade ago, many of us here have been involved in this. We helped put forward a key principle that human rights must apply online as they do offline. 2012 was when this really important declaration at the Human Rights Council, and I'm sure many of us have been involved in that. What were once considered fringe issues has now been globally recognized and acted upon. And I want to just end to refer to, okay, what is it that we need to do more of, you know? And that last question of yours, Avri, that, so last year, one of the big issues now is crisis and wars. And when I say crisis and wars, it's the wars, but it's also crisis, environmental crisis, etc. And I think I heard this also at the opening and also at other sessions, that it's really important for us to look at the more difficult issues, the one that challenges us. And here, for last year, we helped organize the main session on securing access to the internet during times of war and crisis. And we will have, because of that, there will be a main session on where we will be discussing the norms and responsibilities of this multi-stakeholder internet community, particularly in relation to shutdown. So we're speaking about critical resources that was alluded to by Hans. No, part of it is really that there's destruction of communication infrastructure, and we need to look at that. What are the kinds of communication, what are the norms that can help us really defend that and protect the infrastructure? So it's not only about access, it's also about, in fact, the discussion because of this in countries like Ukraine, Palestine, Sudan, and Myanmar. As we stand here today, 20 years after we cease, the vision of the people-centered, inclusive digital future feels more urgent than ever. That's how we feel. And to some extent, more under siege because of corporate power, state control that are driving the issues that we've been looking at. So one of the things we're doing as well as part of our engagement with WISIS is being part of the Digital Justice Now Coalition, and we've launched a campaign here in IGF. It's a global society movement to reclaim digital power for the people. We call on this multi-stakeholder international community to take bold action, which we need at this time, so that we can continue to shape a democratic digital future for all of us.
Thank you. Come to you, Luca. Since you've come here, you've been among the most prolific of the volunteers, the people working with the book that just came out on community networks and such. So please, I'd like to turn to you from your hard-working perspective on all of this and where it goes. Please.
Thank you very much, Avri, for the kind introduction. Thank you very much to all the friends that have organized this, particularly Olga and all other friends that have invited me. I want to start by explaining what has been the impact on me, and then how this has been a real engine for change also in policy making, and how this is an untold story to some extent. So this is my 15th IGF. The first one, I was a young PhD student analyzing how multi-stakeholder processes can build better quality of regulation. And then I met a young Markus Kummer that in his last month of tenure as a secretary of the IGF brought me in as an intern and allowed me to interact and meet a lot of the stakeholders that we know that became mentors and then colleagues and most of all friends. And I think that this allowed to construct, and I think that is also an excellent output of the IGF, constructing trust amongst stakeholders. This is not something that you can artificially construct. You can build it only with relations. And this allowed me to be a very hyperactive convener of dynamic coalitions over the past years. And I think, again, these have been extremely powerful engines of cooperation and meaningful impact. I had the pleasure to start and help organizing 4, one on net neutrality, one on platform responsibility, one on community connectivity that has been extremely successful, and the last one on data and AI governance. And as I am an academic myself, I've always tried to include this academic approach, doing research, to help people explain what we are doing and try to propose new policy solutions. And this is what we have been doing for the past 15 years. And many organizations have used this. The Council of Europe used both the report and recommendation on net neutrality and platform responsibility for their own recommendations. Multiple regulators in the Americas, in Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, or even in Africa, in Kenya, used the work that we did with the dynamic condition on community connectivity to explain what are community networks and regulate them in a better way. And then there is also a little bit of frustration in my 15 years of experience, because all of this is not very visible. And as Marcus always tells very well, the IGF is not very good at making its success visible. Maybe one can also think that some stakeholder want the IGF to be irrelevant. I let you understand what is your answer to this question. But I think that we may easily do a lot more to make the IGF, to prove that the IGF is relevant, not only talking about things, but as the very same IGF mandate in paragraph 27G of the Tunis agenda states, to make issues relevant to the public and to all stakeholders, visible and relevant, and to make all the reports and recommendations that we have elaborated over the past 20 years visible on the IGF website would be a very good first step, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a refrain that I've heard a couple times over the course of the last couple days, is we need to become. Coming to you is about you occupy kind of a critical position in this whole process that we're going now in your role at the CSTD. So I'm wondering, how do you look at this, both from the perspective of what is the case and what could be the case?
Thank you so much, Avery, for the question and for having me on this panel. It's an honor to be able to speak on behalf of the CSD, as Vice Chair of the CSD, but also as a representative of the Swiss government. I've not been in this space as long as most of my co-panelists here, but I have seen the value and the tremendous work that has been done throughout the years at the IGF. And I can only highlight whatever all of you said before on the successes and the many, many examples of what we've been able to do, take out of these discussions. I think the IGF is the primary space where we have discussions on digital governance or on digital issues. It is the agenda setting, the issue spotting place, and that is essential to be able to feed into the rest of the system. If we want to regulate something or create a policy, we need to first identify what are the key issues, what are the different actors and stakeholders thinking, what are they concerned about, and this is the place where we can do it. So that role is truly essential and something we absolutely must preserve, highlight, and strengthen. So I think that's maybe my first point I want to raise, and it echoes what all of you have been saying right before as well. I think the other, important point to see a bit, what can we do next? So what would the IGF look like after this year? And I think, there's many different ideas. If we keep this focus of having the issue spotting place at the IGF, and we see all the examples of how this has been able to be used, I think we need to connect it more throughout the entire WSIS system. IGF has its own ecosystem with the different parts, the policy networks, the dynamic coalitions, and all of that great work. So that interconnectedness is one part, and then connecting to the rest of the system. And by that, I mean bringing the messages, the outcomes of each IGF session, of the policy network, of all of the NRIs, all of the work that is being done to UNGIS, bringing it to the CSTD, and this is where my role maybe comes in as one of the points, bringing the main issues that we see the community, all of the stakeholders are concerned about, and then making sure that we're feeding that into the rest of the UN system. And I think this is where we could definitely do better. There is potential, there is space. Now with the WSIS Plus 20 review, we have the opportunity to look at that, to make sure that the entire system and architecture is well connected. And I think this is something at the CSTD we're trying to do. There's a few ideas in this in the CSTD resolution from this year, but also the Swiss government is pushing as one of the main points. So I think that's my main answer for you.
Thank you. And thank you all. I think you've given us all a good sampling of both the values, the personal gain, the personal importance, and such, and some of what we can go further. Now going to this next stage, and I'll be coming back to you all later, probably just go in the reverse order, so you'll get to be last this time. But basically, at this point, I'd really like to go to the participants that are sitting in the chair. But we also need to have the Mentimeter put up. We have a Mentimeter that is going. I was told that they would put the URL. Oh, there it is. So people should join it and basically, go through. It's focusing on the answer to the first question, but go through. I'd also like to first of all go to the remote moderator, Jim Sinalufe, to see whether there is any commentary online from those that are joining us on Zoom, et cetera, to come up with. Jimson, is there anything yet?
Yes, Avery, thank you very much. We have a lot of comments on the remote platform. And first and foremost, Dr. Robinson Sibe will be providing his own virtual intervention. And after that, I will read out the comment and the question. Dr. Sibe, can you go ahead for your 2 to 3 minutes?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jameson. I am Dr. Robinson Sibe, cybersecurity and digital forensic expert, the CEO and lead forensic examiner of Digital Footprints Nigeria. Thanks for the opportunity. So I will be making my intervention from a perspective as a private sector player in the cybersecurity ecosystem in Nigeria. First, in practical terms, IGF has helped contextualize the challenges we face in Nigeria and in Africa, and there are quite a lot of them, challenges like the rising caseloads of cybercrime and the complexities of investigating same. And when I mean complexities, that would include global and jurisdictional complexities which we face, building trust in digital platforms, or navigating the challenges of information governance and data protection in an environment where many are still digitally excluded. Now, as a cybersecurity and digital forensics company, our work quite often sits at the intersection of policy, support for law enforcement, and technology. And the IGF model has been instrumental in showing us the value of inclusive and collaborative governance, not just as an ideal, but as a practical tool for problem solving. Over the years, these interactions by the IGF have deepened our understanding of the global dimensions of internet policy, whether it be data protection and trust frameworks to digital inclusion and resilience. More importantly, it has humanized these issues by showing how policies crafted in one part of the world would potentially affect both lives and systems in others, including that of Africa, where infrastructure gaps and policy disconnects quite often amplify these vulnerabilities. These lessons have been crucial in our practice, both from a proactive defense point of view to an investigative point of view, that's from a forensic point of view. Now, looking ahead, I want the IGF to move even closer to implementation. I would love to see more localized action, for instance, where IGF outcomes are being translated into toolkit for cyber capacity building in African countries, or technical working groups formed to address specific regional challenges like internet shutdowns or ransomware targeting public institutions or public-centric processes like elections. I believe the IGF should continue to be a bridge between regions, between policy and practice, and between aspirations and actions. For people like me on the front lines in Nigeria, this kind of impact is not just valuable, it's absolutely necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and very happy to have a voice from the online participants. So thank you. I'm going to reread the questions because I don't see anybody jumping up wanting to make a comment on such. Oh, I do have one in the back there. But first, let me reread the questions for you all, just so everyone remembers. The first question was, what has the IGF meant to you, and what do you want it to mean to you in the future? 2, how has the IGF multi-stakeholder model and its realizations, for example, the IGF meeting, NRIs, DCs, BPFs, policy networks, etc., how have they made an impact in your organization or internet issues in your country or region? And 3, how can the IGF play a more impactful, expanded role to contribute to the implementation of the WSIS goals and the GDC? I see the spotlight shining on the first one, and please, and make sure, Henriette, that you introduce yourself.
Thanks, Avery. I'm Henriette Esterhuizen, was with APC, still work with APC, Association for Progressive Communications, and a MAG chair in the past. I mean, very briefly, I think what it has meant for me personally is it's created an impatience for me in all other forums that are not linked to the WSIS. And I think that is because the IGF is so uniquely connects working with policymakers and implementers. I now find civil society-only spaces, for example, deeply frustrating because I feel I'm surrounded by colleagues, but I'm not sure how I'm going to have impact. I think what this space gives is both the ability to be with like-minded actors, but also with those that are different, might have different perspectives, but together you can bring about change. But what I want to say for the future, I really want to echo what Isabel said. I think the IGF, and it links to the WSIS, creates a link to people-centered development and to people. I think we live with so much fragmentation in how we talk about digital. And I think so many of the new fora, Global Digital Compact, for example, artificial intelligence dialogue, puts the emphasis on the technology, not on the society and not on the people. And I think that's the power of the WSIS, that's what the WSIS has given the IGF, and that's what the IGF gives to dialogue about digital governance and cooperation. So just to reinforce what Isabel said, a future IGF must retain this link to people-centered development and to society. Information society is not used much as a term anymore. But please, let's not lose that, because that's ultimately what we want to change. We want more equal, more inclusive society.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone else at the mic. At first, I thought I had seen several other people there. Hopefully, I know you have another online one. Good. Hopefully, I know many of you, and I know most of you aren't shy and have opinions. So please take advantage of this opportunity to express those opinions on those 3 questions. But in the meantime, I'll go back to you, Jimson, for an online contribution.
Okay, thank you, Ari. We have this question from Nathan Latte from IGF Côte d'Ivoire. Say, what is the concrete impact of the IGF on internet governance in developing countries? Then we have a number of interesting comments. Someone said, for me, the IGF has been very impactful platform for learning, connection, advocacy. Going forward, I hope it becomes a place and space where more actionable policy outcomes are shaped through inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogue, as it is being envisioned in Africa, in AFICTA. McGavey, yes, from the UK, also has a very interesting expression. Says agree that the multi-stakeholder approach has become the norm in many countries since the WISIS. In the UK government, after the first IGF in Athens, we decided, one, to work with the UK CCTLD registry in setting up a national IGF, the UK IGF, to prepare for the next global IGF, and also two, to establish a multi-stakeholder advisory group, even to guide in our ministry, government ministry, that we will meet with at regular interval. So maybe I'll stop here for now.
Thank you. I heard a couple questions in there, but I had trouble really parsing some of them. I want to go to the microphone, but then I want to come back to you, and if you could just sort of pick out the questions that were there, and then I'll look to someone up here to give an answer. But please, at the microphone, introduce yourself and give us your comment at this microphone that is lit at the moment.
Thank you, Avery, and thank you for being persistent. My name is Rolf Meijer. I'm the CEO of SIDN, the registry for the .nl country concept level domain. I don't go to IGFs for myself, so I find the first question a bit confusing. But I think, in my opinion, the most important things that the IGF has brought us, and I've been to roughly 15 IGF meetings, is a platform where we can, in a kind of a global context, discuss topics that are important for the internet. But what it really brings is it makes the multi-stakeholder model function because it helps us explaining our stakes or interests and listening to the explanation of the other stakeholders explaining their interest. And I think that that was lacking in the period before the IGF, that we were all, as organizations and even sometimes as individuals, defending our own stakes. And we were not listening well to the other stakeholders explaining theirs. And I think the only way that the multi-stakeholder model can function is when if we understand and respect the stakes of the other stakeholders. And I think that's one of the big outcomes of this whole process. If I compare it with the first one in 2006 and the last ones I've followed over the recent years, there's much more understanding in all participants of the stakes of the other stakeholders. On the last question, what should change or what should improve to make it function even better than it does? In the Netherlands IGF, so our national IGF, a couple of years ago, we produced a document, a one-page document on that, and I'll make sure that you get it after this session.
Thank you. Thank you. And before I go back to Jimson for the questions, I see we also have Juan at the thing. Please introduce yourself and make your comment.
Well, my name is Juan Fernandez. I'm from the Ministry of Communication of Cuba. But I want to tell here what it means personally for me has meant the IGF. I think that for me, it had some very special impact because it proved that no matter how old you are, no matter how learned you are, you always have to keep an open mind because you could be wrong and you could be proved wrong very easily. You know that I participated, many people here know me from, I participated on the negotiation of both WISIS outcome documents. I was part of the WIGIC, and we discussed the creation of a forum such as this. So I can tell you that when this began, and I went to the first one, I was very skeptical. I think, well, this is just we're giving some breadcrumbs to the civil society because they were shunned out of the process. So this is just for that, you know. But I was proven wrong. Over the years, I've been, in a way, learning the value and feeling the value of having this conversation, as the previous speaker said, that I think it's not only important, also as Henriette said, in terms of the personal capacity or the institutional capacity that each of us has here, but also the personal enrichment. At least for me, I, as a person, has been enriched by having a personal relationship and dialogue with persons from other points of view, from other realities. And that's, for me, I think I have been enriched by the IGF. That's what I want to tell you, Aubrey. Thank you.
Thank you. And definitely been enriched by knowing you. I'll go to this one, which is Stephanie, please, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Perrin. I'm from Canada. I'm a sporadic attendee at the IGF. I was, however, at the initial WSIS, and I echo the previous speaker's remarks. I was working for the Canadian government in the telecom sector at the time. I was a little cynical about the potential outputs from the IGF, but I think I was wrong. I agree with Henriette that the impact is on the people, and we have to come back to that. Now, one of our colleagues is even more cynical than I was. Milton Mueller has issued his, more or less, call for remarks on his IGP blog, saying the time has come, you know, it's over, time to move on to something new. So this has prompted me all week to say, well, hang on, how would we measure? How do we measure the impacts? And because it has been such a success as a multi-stakeholder innovator and enricher and stimulant, and, you know, basically it comes up with the dialogue that we want. It's a parliament of a multi-stakeholder effort. How do you measure that? I've been thinking about metrics all week, and I think it's quite hard, but something we should focus on, because the difference in the impact between the Nigerian cybercrime industry, I don't mean the bad guys, I mean the good guys fighting it, to local initiatives, to bringing broadband to underserved areas. All those are different things to measure, but it would be worth it to do it. So that's a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to, first of all, Jimson, did you have the questions that I sometimes have trouble hearing what's being said there, so please, if there were a specific question.
Okay, we have Emily Taylor. Emily Taylor is going to intervene maybe for 2 minutes. Then I could read some comments later. Emily.
Thank you so much, Jimson, for giving me the floor and for this very interesting discussion. I just wanted to highlight a study, an evidence-based study that we did for the UK government. It was published last year, and I've put the link in the chat. It was an evidence-based exploration of the impact of the IGF. And really looking from the perspective of the global south, if I can put it in that way. And we found after 48 expert interviews and also a large-scale text analysis enriched by AI and ML, we looked at thematic dynamism of the IGF over a long period and came out with a series of both direct and indirect impacts for those communities. The direct impacts are the spontaneous emergence of national and regional IGFs and the youth movement. These were never anticipated in the Tunis agenda, and yet they happened. And they've brought young people in particular to the IGF and had an onboarding ramp for new policymakers who then go back to their home countries and bring and receive messages of that link between the local and the international. And another aspect sort of on the direct impact is the emergence of internet exchange points in Africa. There's a very clear line from the IGF to the people who built out that network. And that has a really concrete impact in reducing latency, reducing costs, and improving speed of connectivity within Africa. Indirect impacts, this is a forum where discussions happen first on emerging issues, and you can really see that in the thematic dynamism. You can really see that prior to 2017, no one was talking about disinformation and fake news. Prior to 2018, there was not very much on artificial intelligence, and then it really exploded in the 2023 arena. And you really see that from the thematic analysis. And one perhaps controversial point is, I think it goes back to what Roelof was saying in his intervention, is that many of our interviewees attributed the successful IANA transition to dialogue in the IGF, where the IGF had been a forum which really reduced the temperature of a very polarizing issue prior to that, laid the groundwork, allowed stakeholders to understand what was at stake for others, not just themselves, and laid the groundwork, in their opinion, for a successful IANA transition. Much more to say, but I'll leave it there. Thank you for giving me the floor, Avery.
Thank you very much, and very good to see you. Okay, at the moment, I think we've got like 5 people in the lines, so that's probably where I'll try to cut the line. So after encouraging you all to get in line, I do have a deadline, and I am going to want to give at least a minute or so to each of our panelists who are sitting here to be able to respond. I guess I got next to go to this line. Please introduce yourself and give us your comment. Very clever, yes. Thank you. Please give us your comment.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Auke Pals, and I've been attending for the past 10 years the IGF. And what has brought at me is that I've had so many interesting discussions with all of you, mainly in sessions, but mostly in the corridor chats, which are even more valuable than the main sessions happening here in the workshop rooms. So the network and the way we can interact on this forum is really valuable for me and also for the work that we are doing. My wish for the future is that we can engage in workshops more of a discussion, because currently my observation is still in the past 10 years that it's mostly a one-way and not that many discussions taking place. And that's something that really needs to be improved to make this even more valuable for me, but also for the others. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Marcus on this line. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Marcus Kummer, and I've been around for a while. My name has been mentioned by Luca. Yes, I was here since the inception, like you, Avery. And I will not answer your questions. I rather go back to the inception of the IGF and back to the working group on internet governance, when we actually came up with the idea and we conceived the IGF as a platform for dialogue. As we all know, the WGIG also came up with a definition on internet governance, and there are still a lot of misunderstandings around. We did have a highly academic definition, working definition, which not everybody understands, but we also came up with a practical description of what internet governance means, and that was, it relates to the physical infrastructure, that is the cables, nuts and bolts, the logical infrastructure, that is the domain name system, the internet addresses, but it also relates to the use and abuse of the internet. So the IGF, right from the beginning, relied on this groundwork from the WGIG and dealt with issues mainly related to the use and abuse of the internet. And I do recall the 4 themes we set for the very first meeting were openness, inclusion, diversity, openness, diversity, access, and inclusion, I think, yes. But they were, in essence, a mixture between technical and societal issues, and that's what the IGF has been dealing with all along. And the notion that the IGF is more of a technical issue, as it is described within the GDC, is blatantly wrong. It creates an artificial dichotomy between digital cooperation and internet governance. The IGF is the prime organization dealing with internet governance, but then there are much broader issues. And the IGF has always dealt with these much broader issues, such as has been mentioned, artificial intelligence, and. And as to the impact, Emily said it very nicely. I think also the various IXPs have been set up as a direct consequence, are a tremendous success stories of the IGF. And I also agree with Emily that the IANA transition would not have been possible without the IGF, because the IGF taught people to talk with each other, and that has been mentioned by many of the speakers, not just talk, but also to listen to each other. And that actually showed that there is merit in having this mixture between multi-stakeholders, that people meet who would not otherwise meet under the same roof, and they talk to each other and learn from each other. And I hope that this will continue. And as far as the impact is concerned, yes, the IGF was conceived as a platform for dialogue, not as a decision-making body, but as a body that can shape decisions that are taken elsewhere. And then we do actually produce outcomes. I mean, Luca mentioned his dynamic coalition. There are other dynamic coalitions, and they really produce tangible outcomes, but they are not so-called official IGF outcomes, but they can be used, and they have been used, taken up. There is also other dynamic coalitions. There's one on rights and principles, that produced a very good paper on rights and principles that has been taken up in other organizations. So there is clearly something to build on, and I think, as Luca already said, we are not good actually at celebrating success and promoting our success. And I think making this, okay, just look at what we are doing and be open and proud about it, and show the world that we actually are more than just a talking shop. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good to hear from you in line. Please, to the next microphone, and please make them relatively brief. I'm sorry to do that to you.
No problem, Effie. So this is Jasmine. Actually didn't expect this will be very personal and emotional for myself. And I actually struggled to come to speak because before me, there were a lot of amazing, great senior leaders in the industry. So I feel like a nobody at the beginning still. As a youth and as someone who grew up in a capital incentive and hierarchy society, I truly value this platform, IGF, as bottom up and a place that you could easily talk to people even with senior role and with many years of experience. I truly appreciate that I could also have a chance to speak of my feeling, because in Hong Kong, where I'm from, it's totally challenging to even just communicate and reach out to senior people and leaders like you guys. But another thing that I really value is something that we could bring an issue from local, bring it to the table here at global level. We can exchange good practice. At the same time, any issue that's brought by the other local community can also bring back to my local community for good references. So I really put effort to talk about what IGF is to my local community. It is challenging because no one knows what is it, and no one understands at all. I feel like there are still many misunderstandings, but I think that what you all have been sharing, the success And also quantitative cases are very good reference for me to also create my own local good practice. How does the IGF make positive impacts to our local community? And how do we create value that speak to our local stakeholder that makes sense of and really make it relevant? And thank you very much.
Thank you. And I must say how happy I am to see younger people speaking, because if it was just us old ones, there wouldn't be that much hope. Please.
Hello, everyone. This is Pyo from Myanmar. I think the IGF means a lot to us because according to its principles and its model, we could input somewhat way after delivering the summary of the EU initiative at the global level in somewhat way. Frankly speaking, it's not very easy to, share our input at the global level organization like the UN. Even especially from the grassroots initiative, like young people, have a lot of challenge in terms of the external factor, political factor, economic factor. But so far, initiative like the UIGF, could approach to the young people to try us with align with the the approach like a very open way to collect their input while respecting their voices and then bridging their voices at the global level. I think that was very effective approach that we could do at the IGF, and even the vulnerable community voices needed to have in not only at the IGF but also at the other aspects of the global level policy making. But so far, IGF itself open for all people. Everyone can attend the conference. You don't need to be worried about you are expected to be invited to attend the conference. I think that approach is very meaningful to us to participate as a young person and import our voice at the IGF. So the future we would like to see as a young person is that please include us in the future of the IGF, and please officially recognize our voice as a part of the multi-stakeholder to be meaningfully engaged and participate at the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And okay, I've got two left, two of the original great ones. Yes. And please, they'll be very brief because I want to give at least everybody up here on stage the chance to sort of perhaps give us your biggest takeaway from the discussion that we've heard in terms of what's ahead of us. So no.
I think it's...
Are you guys doing the old gentleman thing? You go first. No, you go first.
Let's save time.
Yes.
Here I go. My name is Raúl Echeverría. I'm from Uruguay, MAC member. I have been around for many years. And I think that IGF is the most innovative experience I have seen in my life in international governance, not only related to internet, but in general. It has inspired me in the way that we work. I think we have developed a culture of dialogue and deal in a civilized manner with our differences. I have seen sessions in this IGF, like in others, where people that have positions that oppose to each other discuss in a very positive or constructive manner. So when we work on the ground, we realize that not everybody works in the same manner. So I think it's very important what we are doing here and the impact that it can have in the rest of the world. It's my wish to the future. I would like to see a more simplified IGF, where it is more simple to become involved, and we should facilitate that newcomers to become involved meaningfully. And I would like also to see an IGF that is better connected with other existing processes and mechanisms. I think that the most important is an IGF that connects better with policy making at the global and regional level. That is, at the end of the day, where things really happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bertrand, last word from the microphones.
Thank you, Avri. My name is Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Two quick comments. One, for me, the thing that I'm most happy about in the last few exercises of the IGF is this recognition of the distinction between the issue framing, agenda setting, and decision shaping versus the decision making. This is the core function of the IGF, and it is particularly important because in all international multilateral processes, putting something on the agenda takes usually many years because there's always a lack of unanimity and somebody objects to the issue being on the agenda. The goal of the IGF should be increasingly to be early on and facilitate the common picture of the key topics. The second thing quickly, in the discussion on the WSIS Plus 20 review, we should not focus only on the renewal of the mandate of the IGF, whatever the duration. We need to reach a new step, and we need to do what we did with the WGIG in 2004-05, i.e. having a group that discusses, one, the evolution of the mandate and the focus and scope of the IGF along the lines that I just mentioned, and second, the institutionalization of the structure. We have all the components at the moment, but it's like a car that is limited in its speed, although it has all the capacities to do much, much more. So I hope that in 2026, a group of sorts will be set up in a multi-stakeholder fashion to address those two issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I'm going to start with you, Isabel, and then basically just move across the line, give us a quick, if you can, and certainly what you would take away from what we've heard, from what all was said.
Thank you, Avri. And there has been a lot of good points and comments said, so it's difficult to be quick, but I will try to be. I think one of the main points I would like to highlight was the taking the time to listen. I think that's an important point. We have a lot of good information, a lot of knowledge that is shared throughout the sessions at the IGF. So taking the time to listen, taking the time to write down what has been written, read the reports, even if there is no consensus, use the information that has been given here. We can use it as capacity building. I mean, I've learned tremendously throughout the years attending the IGF and participating in the intersessional work. So I think this is really something that we have to take advantage of. And it goes in line with what I said earlier in using the IGF and the information that we get here throughout the space, connecting it with the rest of the WSIS structure. It also goes with the listening to all stakeholders and listening to all positions. So I think I'll keep it at that.
Thank you, Isabel. Luca, please.
Yeah, I think that after 20 years, it's clear that the IGF is an excellent it's like a forge of ideas. And the stakeholders are convened here every year to speak up their mind. There is a relatively low barrier of entry. Well, it is high for Global South countries that have to pay to come to Norway or other exotic places. And this could be solved with a little bit more of help. But it's working very well in terms of allowing people to speak their mind freely, and also it's a very good engine for multi-stakeholder cooperation, because you find here potential partners to implement your initiatives, not only in terms of policy. Again, the example of community networks is very good. People here have found friends and partners to create the internet, to create new community networks and give access to people. So I think that there are a lot of things that may be idealistic, like having a very well-funded IGF, but a lot of things that could be very pragmatical and simple, like giving more space between an IGF and the other so that people can organize themselves, or try not to limit that much the number of sessions, because if this is a very open forum that gives people the possibility to speak, then if you cut down the number of sessions, less people will have an incentive to come here and speak. So I think that those are very few little pragmatic things that we could do to help people exploit better the potential of the IGF.
Fantastic. Thank you, Luca. Chat, please.
What I've heard here is that there's really nothing else we can say about everything has been said about the importance of IGF. I think that's not, to me, it's not a debate. It's sort of like, it is a reality here. And I think the celebration for me is something that we could do more of. In the feminist circles, we do say that we need to have joy in what we do, and I think this is part of what we need. It's a very difficult time for everyone, and I think that part of celebration and saying and recognizing that we need that for ourselves and also for our community is so, so important. But having said that, I think the second thing I want to say is that to be able to make it more robust, as you say, Luca, is that the entry, is that who we bring in here. Because yes, there's much more that we can bring, more people, more perspectives. I think that is something that we can continue to do because it will provide that energy, it will provide that connectivity for this community.
Thank you, Chad. Kusai, please.
Well, I will join my colleagues in that.
Do you still have that microphone?
I will join my colleagues in the fact that there is nothing to add with what was said on the floor, but from the perspective of developing countries, internet governance, one of the most important aspects of it is introducing the multi-stakeholder process in our part of the world, where policy making or regulation is fully engaged in a multi-stakeholder process, where the decision maker or the policy maker believes now in a fixed mind shift that if he wants to introduce effective regulation or policy making, he needs to engage in the multi-stakeholder. So that's one of the most important aspects for us when it comes to IGF in our part of the world. And I'll stop here.
Thank you. Funke, please.
I think a lot has been said. For me personally, what resonates is the multi-stakeholder participation from the Global South with other global stakeholders in shaping the future governance of the internet.
Thank you. Renata, please.
Everything has been said, but just to close my participation saying that anybody said that IGF is not about technology or digital or internet issues. IGF is about its impacts on people and society, and it's about building connections. IGF is about dialogue and is about multiplying worldwide the conviction and the inspiration that multi-stakeholder process can build better policies and can contribute to develop a less unequal future for everybody. So I think that's the thing that I want to say, and I hope we can continue to this conversation for permanent years in this sense, to point that IGF has to be a mandate, a permanent mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hans-Peter, please.
Yeah, thank you. So as being one of the techies here, I remember being one of the young guys in the room, and I realize I'm not anymore. This was 30 years ago. And I think one of the things I picked up from the floor here was that this national engagement and regional engagement was not envisioned when this was started. I think this is really important to recruit the next generation and train the next generation. We've talked about regional or national IGFs, but I also want to do a shout out for the schools that have been developed, internet governance schools, summer schools, that actually trains professionals that, you know, have a subject that may be interesting to take to the global governance scene. And I think if we want to achieve what Norway's Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre said in his opening speech, the internet should not be governed by the few, but by the world, we really need to continue this path of IGF. Thank you.
Thank you. Batanga, please.
Thank you. My only regret I have is that all the years we have thought in silos. We deal with infrastructure, we deal with violence, we deal with... now, looking forward, I would want to see discussions in IGF focusing in what I call we think system-wide. This technology has come. How can it be used to solve the problems? AI has come, most consequential technology ever. We need now to not just talk about how the people get it, how do they benefit from this technology, and what is it needed to make sure that the people benefit. For example, if we took it to the farmers, educate them on how to use AI on agriculture, the productivity would improve. So if we bring in the systems approach to everything from now on, 30 years from now, we will talk about a different world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all, panelists. Thank you all, stakeholders, participants sitting in the house there, online, offline. I just want to say that I really do love the multi-stakeholder model in all its variants, and really do hope that the IGF continues and that we continue to talk together. I think it took a long time to get us talking, and now it's over, but thank you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the high-level track session with the leadership panel on the future of the IGF. The leadership panel was formed in 2022 from a recommendation in the Secretary General's Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. The IGF leadership panel is a strategic, empowered, and multi-stakeholder body whose purpose is to address strategic and urgent issues and to highlight forum discussions and possible follow-up actions in order to promote greater impact and dissemination of IGF discussions. The panel performs the following key functions. It provides strategic inputs and advice on the IGF. It promotes the IGF and its outputs. It supports both high-level and at-large stakeholder engagement in the IGF and IGF fundraising efforts. And finally, the leadership panel exchanges IGF outputs from the forum with other stakeholders and relevant fora and facilitates the feeding of input of these decision makers and fora to the IGF's agenda setting process, leveraging relevant MAG experts. This session brings together members of the IGF leadership panel to present and reflect on their strategic vision for the forum's future, drawing on the panel's proposals for strengthening the IGF's institutional role and supporting implementation of the WSIS +20 and Global Digital Compact outcomes. The discussion will examine what it would take to position the IGF as a lasting and impactful part of the global digital governance ecosystem. And panelists will also explore how to enhance the influence of the IGF outputs, promote stakeholder inclusion, and ensure the IGF evolves to meet emerging and global challenges. The leadership panel produced two key documents, the LP Outlook for the IGF's future, and also the leadership panel's WSIS +20 priorities. Our panelists today are Mr. Vinton Cerf, who is chair of the IGF leadership panel, who is joining us online. And we have Ms. Lisa Furr, CEO of GIANT, Ms. Maria Fernandez, Honorary Chair and for the International Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Carol Roach, who is from the Bahamas, who is Chair of the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisor Group, MAG, and Mr. Amandeep Singh, UN Under-Secretary General for Digital and Emerging Technologies, and the Secretary General's Tech Envoy. We also have Ms. Maria Ressa, who is the Vice Chair of the Leadership Panel and a Nobel Peace Prize laureate. We also are being joined by Mr. Lan Zhu of Cheng Kong Chair, a distinguished professor. I now give the floor to Mr. Vint Cerf to make some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chengetai, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the Norwegian hosts for this short, fused meeting of the IGF and amazing preparations for it. But I'd also like to say thank you to the other 19 hosts that have hosted IGF over the years. Our objective as the leadership panel is to seek a more permanent role for the Internet Governance Forum and to contribute to WSIS +20 and the GDC discussions, especially by facilitating more interaction with the IGF and the NRIs that are a part of it. We'd like to see the Internet Governance Forum increase its policy making or policy recommendation impact, and we'd also like to strengthen engagement of the IGF and the NRIs with member states and to seek better involvement of underrepresented voices, especially youth. I call attention to the youth activities at IGF 20. They are reporting on a daily basis and clearly very engaged. From the 2025 perspective, we can look back on the IGF in 2005 or 2006 at its first meeting, when we're now living in the vision that has now become a reality. But there have been some unanticipated developments. One obvious one is the AI capabilities that are vastly increased over the last several years. These are quite dramatic. And second, we've seen what we anticipated, which is social and economic impact of the internet and the applications that lie on top of it. And unfortunately, we've also seen information pollution invade the internet and something that we have to deal with. There is an unevenness in the economic benefits of access to the internet, and that has to be contended with, something that we have to consider and try to deal with. And finally, we're deeply concerned about preserving human rights, both online and offline. The Internet Governance Forum Leadership Panel has produced a number of papers. Chengetai mentioned two of them. We also produced an Internet We Want paper, which outlines our aspirations for the Internet. You'll find all of these contributions on the Leadership Panel website, which is part of the IGF website. The MAG has also produced a very important paper called IGF Beyond 2020, Beyond 2025. And this, of course, is a very important set of guideposts for future evolution of our work. I strongly believe that we need to enhance the roles of the NRIs, who already are playing a very important part in local and regional efforts to make the internet a better place. We also, I think, will be participating in something called the Informal Multi-Stakeholders Sounding Board that the WSIS Plus 20 co-facilitators have invited. There will be members from the leadership panel and the multi-stakeholder advisory group helping to shape the considerations for WSIS Plus 20. We are also charged with improving the funding picture for the Secretariat. We've not accomplished as much as I would like, but I would say we've increased the level of voluntary funding beyond where it has been in the past. And of course, we hope to continue that effort in the event that the IGF is continued after the consideration at WSIS Plus 20. Finally, I just want to overemphasize the importance of continuing both the IGF and the NRIs. And I note that the NRIs have blossomed on their own and were not created by any particular effort of either the leadership panel or the multi-stakeholder advisory group. They blossomed on their own, and therefore they have existence independent of the IGF, and their value should be very much considered. So, Mr. Moderator, I turn this back to you for questions for the rest of the leadership panel as we look forward to 2025 and 2026 and the future beyond that.
Thank you very much, Vint. My first question goes to Ms. Maria Fernanda Garza and also to Lisa Fur. The leadership panel calls for the IGF to become a permanent UN institution. From your perspective, what is the significance of that status, and what would it take practically to achieve this? And what would be the consequences if we don't?
Thank you, Chengetai. It is a pleasure to be in this joint session in my capacity as member of the IGF Leadership Panel today. And as Leadership Panel, we greatly value the opportunity to engage with the IGF community on the work that we're doing to promote the IGF's importance at the highest levels within the United Nations and elsewhere to ensure its viability for years to come. And I would not be serving on the IGF Leadership Panel if I did not believe that we need this forum to address the opportunities and challenges for humankind presented by digital innovation. I join my leadership panel colleagues today in reaffirming that the IGF has developed into a globally influential platform for open dialogue and collaboration among governments, industry, civil society, and technical experts on digital policy issues. With over 10,000 participants from 178 countries, it has uniquely fostered and should continue to encourage inclusive, equal-footed exchanges that shape the future of the digital age. We need the IGF to be a permanent institution within the UN ecosystem. And this can help us realize greater coherence among the broad cross-section of UN members on approaches to harnessing the power of digital technologies to address developmental needs. But with this permanence must come organizational evolution. In the leadership panel's paper, The Outlook on the IGF's Future, we address the need of strengthening the IGF's role into the UN system, make the IGF a permanent structure supported by sustainable funding, ensure the viability of the multi-stakeholder model for the consideration of internet governance and digital policy issues, and enable the IGF to adapt to future needs as the internet and the digital technologies continue to evolve. And to support this, we need a solid strategic approach to communications that informs, educates, and elevates interest in the IGF among the UN member countries. Our paper provides useful recommendations on developing clear communication channels and messages to demonstrate the influence of the IGF discussions on international policy dialogues that include the G20, the G7, and UN bodies. And in this regard, the IGF's NRIs are tremendous resources, just as been just mentioned. These grassroots IGF organizations can tailor messages for local, national, and regional agencies, review outcomes, and feed insights back into the future global IGF sessions. Strengthening the cycle would amplify the IGF's influence on public policy in both national governments and the UN by leveraging its global multi-stakeholder reach. Also importantly, going forward, is that IGF outputs should include actionable recommendations that are measured using frameworks like the Internet We Want, with regular follow-ups, which includes enhanced capacity and building to support NRI's engagement. If I may use a business term, and please cope with me on this, we need to establish key performance indicators, or KPIs, for the IGF that are tied to sustainability, to education, to healthcare, the environment, and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Through these KPIs, the IGF could then concretely demonstrate to the global community how the internet and digital innovations can address and solve problems in the WSAS Plus 20 scope. And these metrics, in turn, would make the IGF annual reports more meaningful, and they will provide us a better pitch. Importantly, such reporting should highlight issues in organizational governance that need to be corrected to allow the IGF to continue to evolve and excel. The IGF already has the post-conference stock-taking exercise, and this would be used as a starting point for an improved and more formalized review process that creates accountability in the IGF's organizational governance.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, Maria Fernandez said a lot of it, but let me just add on to it, because we do need IGF as the platform to have the difficult, interesting, open discussions on digital governance as such. I think we all agree, most of us who are here, But we also should look at IGF as a forum we should strengthen and make even stronger, more tangible. We've seen IGF has grown over the past 20 years. It has now more than 10,000 participants. So it is a digital powerhouse for the world. And it needs a strong secretariat for this. We have an extremely good secretariat that can support it. But of course, we need a more sustainable funding for this also going forward. And I think there are multiple ways of investigating how to get that sustainability, and that's what we're also doing as a leadership panel, looking at the solutions out there. I think there are severe consequences if we're not addressing the current and future trends. And we want people to be connected to the internet, but we are ready to ensure that it's done in an ethical but also educational way. We want to make sure people have access, but also that they have the right tools to use the internet. And I think the IGF is the body that can help us ensure this and come up also with solutions on how to connect the unconnected, how to ensure human rights, how to make sure that we have a safe and secure internet. We hear that the IGF needs more tangible solutions, and I agree. That's one aspect that can be useful is, of course, to identify a practical way where nations and regions can approach internet and technology policies different and apply analysis and bring it back to the IGF as such. But we also need to look at how we strengthen the future goals of WSIS plus 20, and in that also the extension of IGF. In Europe, that would be an analysis of the digital single market and also Web 4.0. But I think we should bring, of course, the whole world together on this. So we need to visualize the governance of IGF and how it functions in terms of governance. So is that an evolution from IGF to the Digital Governance Forum? Well, one thing is sure, it needs to accommodate any evolutions that is happening around the world in technology and digital as they happen, and also as it has done over the past 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for articulating the importance of the IGF, the importance of metrics, measuring where we've been and how well we're doing, and also for evolution. We do have to evolve. My next question goes to Undersecretary General Gill and also to Maria Fernanda Garza. A core recommendation is that the IGF becomes a central hub for implementing and tracking the Global Digital Compact and WSIS plus 20 outcomes. How can the IGF, and especially the national and regional initiatives, operationalize this role?
Thank you, Chengetai, and I want to echo Wind's words of appreciation for our Norwegian hosts at the outset. Now, before I come to the question that you have raised, I just want to reflect on some broader challenges. It's the 20th anniversary, after all, of the IGF, and when the Tunis agenda was adopted, we had less than 1 billion people on the connected to the internet. We had nothing like social media or misinformation, disinformation. Artificial intelligence was a term known to very few people. And the digital economy as we see it today, trillions of dollars of value and the fastest growing component of the GDP in emerging markets today, that was not obvious, apparent to people. And also the misuse. We had very little appreciation at that time that we would be losing perhaps up to 10% of the annual output of the world to cybercrime, scams, and the like. And that's the reality today. So we are in a very different context, and anniversaries are a good time to celebrate, but they are also important moments for us to reflect on where we are and where we are headed. So looking ahead, there'll be significant infrastructure challenges as AI infrastructure is built on top of the existing digital infrastructure. Challenges also in terms of energy consumption, sustainability, consumption of materials. Sometimes, those materials are extracted in conditions which have implications for human rights. Data is annotated in ways in which, again, there are those implications. So we need to reflect on that transition that's happening. You also need to reflect on the fact that today you have AI models that have ingested the entire content on the internet. And you can literally carry them in a bag, in a sense, They take some space, but, so it's a very different world we are living in today, and 5-10 years from now, it'll be very different. So I think I miss sometimes those reflections that we need to have around these challenges of evolution, infrastructure changing, the demands that infrastructure is going to place, the fact that we are not paying enough attention to cybersecurity, cybercrime, the internet being a safe and secure place. And then, the content issues. That time we worried about spam, for example. Today we have to think about information integrity, what is being said, how are some communities being marginalized, women, other vulnerable communities. So we need to kind of spiral up from that space and think what it means, not only in terms of processes and bodies, but also in terms of the way we grapple with those challenges. That said, coming to your point, I think the Global Digital Compact, adopted last year at the Summit of the Future by all member states of the UN, was a significant milestone. So 2.5 years of negotiations, consultations, and during those negotiations, member states were very conscious that they should not duplicate and they should actually build on the WSIS agenda. So the GDC acknowledges that in a solid way right at the outset in terms of principles. It also acknowledges the fact that people are wary of multiple reporting channels. So the reporting also on progress on the GDC is aligned with the WSIS reporting. I think where we can find useful convergence, additional convergence, complementarity is how, in terms of those larger challenges, how do we organize ourselves, not only internally in the UN, but also externally in terms of the most important element of engagement with different stakeholders, private sector, civil society, the tech community, independent experts, and academia. So I see potential for that additional complementarity. But let's not forget that we are in an extraordinary situation, UN80. There are these budgetary financial questions. So, creating additional forums, additional bodies is not something that kind of goes with the current paradigm of international relations, the funding situation in the international system. So we can make our existing forums work better using this comprehensive agenda that was invested in, that was successfully negotiated, adding further complementarity, the AI governance mechanisms that are currently being put in place. I think we would then take forward the spirit of Tunis, the 20 years of successful experience with the IGF to the next level of accomplishment. And I think the IGF, the challenge this year with the WSIS negotiations, first and foremost, is to ensure that the IGF's mandate continues in as near permanent a fashion as is possible, achievable. I will not go into that because there are negotiations underway. It's not proper for me to comment on those. They are in very capable hands. The co-facilitators, Kenya and Albania, are taking those forward. But I'm very optimistic I want to conclude on that note. I'm very, very optimistic and very pleased with the work that we've been able to achieve in the leadership panel led by Vint and Maria. Thank you.
Thank you. We just heard that the GDC and the WSIS are two complementary processes. So being complementary, we can come together and think of a joint implementation roadmap to make use of the existing WSIS architecture, which has been facilitating a bottom-up distributed governance model. We have the WSIS Forum, the CSTD annual report, and of course, we have the IGF, to name a few examples. Focusing on the IGF, we have the diverse community, which discusses on an equal footing the issues that are top of mind to stakeholders and that set an inclusive agenda of priorities that can help meaningful, informed discussions at the UN. To bring a metaphor in mind, the IGF has the same role as the canary in the coal mine. It can give an evidence-based warning sign of the challenges that we're facing in the digital world. So let's make sure to use this complementary as a sign to work together through a joint roadmap for the GDC and the WSIS. The WSIS already has its roadmap. We just have to link the GDC to be part of it. And a core recommendation is that the IGF become a central hub for implementing and tracking Global Digital Compact and WSIS +20 outcomes. And how can the IGF, and especially the NRIs, operationalize this role? The NRIs can play a crucial role guiding implementation from the grassroots and enabling a bottom-up inputs. During the past 20 years, the NRIs have flourished, as has been mentioned before, both in terms of number of local IGF chapters that have been established and the increasingly sophisticated nature of their outputs. So in my view, they have emerged as the IGF jewels. The NRIs are uniquely situated to engage with local governments for the purpose of implementing the GDC and the WSIS +20 outcomes, and this access should be leveraged. To increase the effectiveness, the NRIs might join forces with local Internet Society chapters to provide localized insight into Internet access, performance, and use. And these insights are crucial for developing informed policies that both safeguard users and preserve the benefits of an open internet. But just as the IGF as an institution must continue to evolve, so too must the NRIs. And to realize this potential for local governments' engagement, the NRIs can use the evidence-based agenda that the IGF sets out to address local needs. If you have not reviewed the leadership panel's The Internet That We Want paper, that was developed with the support of the entire IGF community and the MAC, I strongly recommend it to you. This paper aims to serve as a framework or roadmap for the IGF to take track of discussions and progress made in forging the shared solutions for realizing a whole, open, inclusive, free-following, trustworthy, safe, secure, and rights-respecting internet, not only at its annual meetings, but also across its intersessional work and network of national, regional, and youth initiatives. This framework can also serve as a base to keep track of the good practices and the achievements of the broader IGF community, including the NRIs.
Thank you very much. Yes, we certainly have come a long way, but we still have many challenges. And we can only go forward together. And the two words that come to my mind is synergetic complementarity. My next question is to Ms. Carol Roach and also to Mr. Lan Zhao. How can the IGF better translate its vast body of multi-stakeholder discussion into outputs that truly inform global digital policy, especially for decision makers who need concise, actionable insights?
Thank you. I think I'll just expound on some of the things that Maria Fernanda had said. We must first determine who the decision makers are and what information they need to develop and put into place a digital policy. Who is also determined by the level of impact, interest, and influences of the person or entity. So once we've determined who, how do we package that information? The package is determined by what motivates the person or the entity, who they represent, and their objectives. This helps to focus and create concise, actionable insights. So for example, elected ministers of governments are motivated by the needs of their constituents and citizens, economic prosperity, and the environment. CEOs or directors of businesses are motivated by the needs of their boards, shareholders, customers, prosperity or profit, and corporate social responsibility. You see the similarities there, the triple factor: people, prosperity, and planet. Once you have determined who the message is for and what the message is, we then need to determine how to transmit the message. There are various forms that we need to explore: toolkits, videos, video sound bites, user-friendly knowledge databases, and maybe even face-to-face debriefings. We also need to make better use of our internal linkages. So for the IGF among the UN entities, and more deliberate involvement of the NRIs, or the national and regional IGFs. Lastly, we need to see whether the message was received and did it have the desired outcome. As Maria said, we need to have indicators. We need to be able to measure. So this required some kind of method of feedback and a way to measure the outcomes. If we are to have a meaningful impact, we have to be deliberate in how we deliver our outputs and measure the success.
Thank you very much. Mr. Xu?
Thank you, Chingatai, and I fully agree with many of the recommendations made by Carol. Indeed, I think to better translate these rich multi-stakeholder discussions into impactful global digital policy outputs, the IGF can adopt some interlinked strategies aimed at increasing relevance, accessibility, and influence, particularly for policymakers who really need concise, actionable insights. So I've developed my recommendation along 4 dimensions. The first one is synthesis-oriented output design. I think the current challenge we face is that IGF produce very extensive reports, session reports, and many of the transcripts and so on. But they're often very long and technical and unstructured for decision makers. So one recommendation is to generate, to create some executive policy briefs to summarize key takeaways of each IGF cycle and turn them into 5 to 8 page briefs with some priority recommendations, with a clear distinction between global consensus and also some contentious issues. Mm-hmm. The second is to produce some IGF insights digest that actually can help the policymakers to better understand what are some of the key issues that have been discussed. So I think that's so the first one is how to produce some synthesis-oriented output design. The second approach is to have some targeted engagement with policymaking channels. I think there's a gap between IGF discussions and the formal decision-making bodies like the ITU, WTO, or UNGA. And so one policy, recommendation is to appoint a policy liaison officers to task them with converting IGF output into formats relevant to the specific venues. For example, I think there are many of these platforms like G20 Digital Economic Task Force, Regional Economic Commissions, and so on. So I think that's sort of one possible way. The other is also integrate with national and regional IGFs, localize actionable outputs, encouraging adoption by government through workshops and briefings, and also advance output uptake through the UN bodies. And of course, we have many people out there on the stage. The third recommendation is how to generate action-oriented multi-stakeholder trackers and frameworks. I think currently, the policymakers often wanted to have clarity on who's doing what and what works. So one recommendation is to launch a digital policy action tracker based on IGF sessions, document voluntary commitments, tested solutions, and ongoing efforts across countries and sectors. So that, I think, kind of an action tracker would help. The fourth one is to how to see the formats, timing, and accessibility improvements. I think the policy cycle is often very time sensitive, but IGF outputs sometimes lag both in relevance and format. So some recommendations are, one is time deliverables to policy calendar. I think this is important to really to target the deliverable things to the policy calendar. Align key IGF output with timelines for forums such as UNGA or other UN bodies. And second is to diversify output formats. I think I think Carol has already mentioned many of different formats like 90-second video explainers, AI generated sessions, summaries, and sort of mobile briefings and so on. I think those sort of issues, I think that sort of format would be helpful for policymakers. And also leverage various language accessibility tools. I think that actually we have various AI tools that can help to do that. So to conclude, to be policy relevant, the IGF must evolve from a space of dialogue to a platform of strategic translation. That means not just capturing multi-stakeholder voices, but actively distilling, aligning, and inserting them into global and national governance pipelines through better timing, clearer formats, and focused engagement. So Chinkatai, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very clear and concrete suggestions. Thank you both. My next question goes to Ms. Lisa Fur. Now, the leadership panel's vision documents stress the need to maintain the forum's broad participation, especially with underrepresented regions and governments. What specific actions should the IGF take to ensure it continues to be an inclusive and impactful space over the next 20 years?
Yeah. I have a long list. No. As the world is becoming increasingly digital, of course, it is paramount that we make sure that we have all the stakeholders around the table when we have the necessary conversations around digital governance. Part of this responsibility today lies with the host country, And I must say, let me compliment Norway here. You did a very good job at getting a lot of high-level people from all over the world, a lot of ministers, a lot of those political decision makers that we are aiming for to have a dialogue with in a multi-stakeholder way. So we had 16 ministers from the Global South this year. That is well done, and I think it is impressive. Thank you. But we also need to look into mechanisms that provide those underrepresented regions with the means to actually be involved. That can be, of course, financial means, but I also think it is important that we look into the educational part. That means that government offices can also make successful contributions. And I'm pointing to the governments, but I think the NGOs, the industries from all over the world, we need to have the same for all of these. And I think there we need to remember, as mentioned from some of the panelists before, we do have a very good network of national and regional IGFs. Plus, we have a lot of summer schools out there. So internet summer schools that are educating people in what is it, how is the internet governance, but also the internet as such. And I think that is a very good tool to be as inclusive as possible. But I also want us to stimulate another stakeholder, and I want more involvement by the private sectors, and not just tech. We see a lot of big tech, a lot of big companies here, but it is important we have a broader range of industry and small, medium enterprises. So we need the banking, the insurance, they are big, but manufacturing and other businesses, because they are increasingly linked to the digital solutions. They use the internet every day for their work, and this is a very important tool in many of their business cases. So without those, we are actually lacking a stakeholder that is quite important for us. So I think it can also stimulate a bit of more buy-in from national governments and regional authorities if we actually have them join the program. It has also been mentioned that there are some intersessional working groups, and I think they are important in helping increasing the knowledge, the visibility of what we do as Internet Governance Forum, and also to include as many as possible. So we have a lot of IGF working groups and coalitions that are doing a lot of work that can include also all the underserved regions. So one solution is, of course, let us use the current network we have of national and regional IGFs and internet summer schools, but also to create a structure that helps the financial part of the problem, but also help build and facilitate the capabilities around in the underserved regions. And I think this can also be done by using some of the internet ecosystem organizations that are out there. And they are already doing this, so I'm not calling out that they're not doing anything, but IGF, of course, but also ICANN, we have ISOC, we have the Internet Engineering Task Force, and other organizations. I know also the numbering organizations are doing a lot of work on educating and including different parts of the world. And I think if we build this together with our national and regional IGFs, we have a strong structure to actually ensure better inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you again for those concrete and actionable suggestions. Before I pass the floor on to Maria Ressa for closing, to close off this section of the session, I'd like to give the floor to Undersecretary General Gill.
Thank you, Chengeta. I just wanted to come in on this important aspect of the digital divide. Lise was mentioning about the need to take internet connectivity skills to underrepresented regions. You know, coming from the Global South and spending a lot of time in recent months and Africa, other parts. I think the demand has shifted. Now the demand is for digital sovereignty, moving from being content consumers to becoming content creators, moving up the value chain. So I think we must be mindful of this important shift. So there is now demand for action for deeper capacity building. So the forthcoming report of the Secretary General on AI capacity building, innovative financing options for that, goes in detail into that. And I think we need to kind of anticipate the coming AI divide so that large parts of the world are not excluded from from this kind of tremendous opportunity, are not stuck at the low value end of this chain. So I think we just need to be more nuanced about this digital divide reflection today. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. Maria Ressa, please.
Oh my gosh. So, I'm a journalist, unfortunately not a diplomat, so I will be very plain speaking on a lot of the thoughts. I think that, if we really think about it, the world is completely different. While thank you to everybody who has come to the IGF, and while it's been an incredible time being part of the leadership panel, learning from the leadership panel, I think we can do more. We must do more. And you've heard some of the processes of how we can do that within here, but look again at our world today, right? Just 4 days ago, bombs dropped on Iran. Then you still have a world burning. Gaza continues to burn. Ukraine fighting continues. All of this is not disconnected from the internet. This is connected to our broken information ecosystem. And you've heard me say this so often that, without facts, no truth, no trust. Without trust, you cannot govern. While we still have that, we need to move forward faster. And I'll just have 3 points on this, right? I think we need to say spot on that our biggest challenge today is really to prove that an international rules-based order still exists, that impunity ends. And you can look at different parts of the world. So I think that's first. And the UN is the leadership panel and the Internet Governance Forum. I think that's what we try to do. They're much more diplomatic than I am. But when you live it the way we have, we're running out of time. The second, multilateral, multi-stakeholder, yes. But in Indonesia, in my part of the world, there's also a phrase that we used to use to describe ASEAN. Hi, ASEAN. Now it's changing, right? But it was NATO, N-A-T-O. No action, talk only. We must, Indonesian ka siguro, no? So we must actually take all of our deliberations and turn it to action. And then finally, the last one, and thank you for pointing this out. Thank you, Norway, for going to the Global South in this. What's leadership look like in today's day and age? Who will lead? I think that's a key question. And to have 16 ministers from the Global South here, the internet, the virtual world, will determine what happens in the real world. Online violence is real world violence. Everything Amandeep had said, cybersecurity, these are all deeply connected. War is deeply connected to here. So I feel like the leadership panel and IGF, guys, we got a lot of work to do. And the sooner we can do it, the faster we can implement it, the better our world will be.
Yes. Thank you very much, Maria Ressa. With that call to action and words to think about. Now we're going to have a section where you can come up and ask questions. There should be 2 microphones, one there and the other one over there. So I would ask that you would line up behind them. Yep. They're lighted up, so you'll see. And I would just like Eleonora to wave her hand so I can see her for the online participants as well.
Time limit.
If she can make herself known.
Limited.
Oh, okay. Yes. So please, we'll start off here.
There's a time limit too.
Yes, sorry, 2 minutes each for each person. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kweku Entry. I'm from the Ghana IGF. So thank you so much for the panel and discussions. One good thing which has come out of our NRI, and I'm happy to tell you, Shengetai, I don't know if it's happening rest in the world, but we had an initiative last year with children, and in Ghana now we have the Children's IGF. I know we are big on youth IGF, but the children to have a voice, and I think it's something that most of the participants here at the IGF 20th anniversary, so on the NRIs, can also take back home with them in terms of the rights and responsibilities of our children. Second part is in terms of the collaborations and bringing people on board. I think one of the things that we've been having in workshops in the IGF, and also an important aspect, is being collaborative or complementarity. So the other industries, whether it's energy or whether it's finance, I think we need to also include them in our IGF. Let's reach out to them. We know we participate in different sessions, but please, let's also be as inclusive in the other industries as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Jangiri. This is Mohammad Abdul Haq Onu from Bangladesh IGF. How can the IGF leadership panel ensure that the voices and outputs of national and regional initiative, especially from the Global South, meaningfully influence the implementation process of the WSIS Plus 20 and Global Digital Compact outcomes?
Okay, thank you. We'll just take a few more statements, please. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Nigel Casimir from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. I think we have the aspirations fine, and I would thank Maria Reza for putting some reality to the situation. We have to show that impunity isn't reigning. And recent evidence is kind of to the contrary. So I want to say that all the voices, all the individual country voices have to be heard. And for small country areas like where I come from in the Caribbean, sometimes these issues are not so clear, and the importance or the value, the urgency of them is not clear to the politicians on board. So I want to call for that we factor in some outreach and engagements by the leadership, right? And in some cases, it would be personal outreach to reach the political elite or the political leaders in each of the individual countries, because the more voices we have raising on the UN floor is the better our chances of showing that the international rule of law still applies. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I also just like to remind our online participants that you can ask questions in the Zoom chat. We have we have an online moderator who's also looking at that. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bertrand de la Chapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Two comments. The first one, as I was listening to the discussion, there's an image that came to mind, which is that we should consider the IGF as a sandbox for the UN. It is the space for experimentation. It's the space where, like in sandboxes, and you know that in the AI Act in the European Union, sandboxes are explicitly mentioned. Sandboxes actually allow to relax some of the rules that are constraining the discussions in international organizations, particularly regarding participation of non-governmental actors, but also for putting things on the agenda. International organization in the multilateral system has a huge difficulty putting issues on the agenda in a timely manner because it requires a consensus of their ruling bodies, and it usually leads to losing 4 to 5 years before they are being even addressed. The IGF has the unique capacity to help shape the discussion, to help identify the different perspectives if even more structured. But think of it as a sandbox. And in this regard, anything that would bring the IGF more under the umbrella and the structure of the UN normal processes will actually make it lose the benefit that it can have for the whole international system. Second thing, I think it was Maria Fernanda Garza, or maybe Liz, I don't remember, who used a very interesting expression, which is organizational evolution. I personally have been participating in this since the very origin, and actually I still have the bag of the 2006 IGF that I carry with me, which shows the endurance and resilience of what was done then. I do not care that much about how permanent or not permanent the IGF is going to be reconducted right now. What I care about is its organizational evolution. We are 20 years in, almost. It is time to make this organization what it has the potential to be. The image that I have is that this is a wonderful car where all the pieces are in place. You get the wheels, you get the engine, you get the carcass, you get the doors, and it's still speeding at 40 kilometers an hour because it doesn't have the resources, because the Secretariat is under-resourced, because the organization itself is not focused on shaping and framing the issues. So I believe that by the end of this year, the WSIS Plus 20 review will not produce any organizational evolution, and it shouldn't even try to do so. However, taking inspiration from what the WIGIG did in 2003, 2004, I strongly believe that one multi-stakeholder, and I mean truly multi-stakeholder group, in 2026 should address two questions. One, the evolution and revision of the mandate and scope of the IGF and its function to highlight that it is an issue-shaping forum. And second, address its organizational evolution to produce a sort of charter. Think of it as a constitutional moment. And I believe in that regard that maybe the leadership panel could have a role in helping to establish such a group, not be that group, but helping establish such a group. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertrand. Giacomo.
Thank you. Giacomo Mazzone, Eurodig board member and also member of the media. I have one consideration, that is, I absolutely agree with our distinguished colleague from China said before, that the IGF as a place where the discussion can be made in a very free-wheeling way and contribute, but linked to the calendar and to the priorities that are set up in other places by the UN General Assembly, for instance. That's the first consideration. The second is a question for my friend Maria Ressa. And even after these 3 days, it seems that when we talk of media, we think only to social media. It's ended the role of our old-fashioned traditional media, or we have still a role to play in this complex game? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giacomo. I will now just give the panelists a chance for final reflections, and also, if you see fit, to answer the questions that were asked about ensuring the voices of the NRIs, and also Giacomo's question to Maria Ressa. We'll start with you.
Yes. Yeah, the gentleman from Bangladesh raised that how do we ensure the input from the NRIs are coming into both the WSIS Plus 20 but also IGF. And I think this is an important point because we want a more dynamic dialogue with the NRIs. And I think if we can create a structure where we do feed in not only once a year where we have the international IGF, but we have a more ongoing dialogue, that would be preferred. And that's part of also what we put in our recommendations, that we have this beautiful network of people who are working with the internet and digital governance that can help us showcase the situation in their country. So that was one. And I just wanted to say to Bertrand, I agree, it is a sandbox, and we should remain a sandbox, but it should also have a bit more concrete measuring of progress, because that needs to be shown and followed, and the openness should not be tampered with. So.
And is that your final word as well? Because no more.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maria Fernanda.
I would like to go back to the documents that we have already mentioned, and one of them is the outlook for the IGF paper. This document aims to leverage the immense potential that you were basically mentioning for the implementation of the WSIS plus 20 outcomes and the GDC. And the leadership recommendations in this regard look to bring positive proposals to address the criticisms of the IGF and formulate actionable recommendations to further strengthening the IGF to be able to deliver on its potential. And the three documents that we have been mentioned can be found at the IGF's page, I believe, under the leadership panel tab. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carol?
So the last 20 years have shown that the IGF and its messages are transformative and relevant. We have seen that the multi-stakeholder approach works with impactful results. Is there room for process improvement? Of course. And we've had many ideas given to us today. And the improvement is what makes us stay relevant. Do we need to improve how we translate discussions into actionable insights? Yes, if we are to remain transformative. Finally, decision makers and policy makers need a space that is reliable, comprehensive, and diverse in terms of information gathering. And the IGF is that space.
Thank you. Amadou?
Thank you. Excellent reflections from the audience. And I just want to start with a broad point that for the remaining months of our mandate till December, we're going to reflect on some of these issues, make sure that we are able to identify the challenges, the three outputs that have already been referred to by Lise and others, building on those, how can we have clear problem definitions around some of the challenges that you have mentioned and that some of the panelists today have mentioned. I think this also partly answers Nigel's point that we need to get across to politicians with some clear articulation of problem statements so that they can think about what needs to be implemented in context. Second point about the regional implementation. So in the GDC as well, there is a strong emphasis on landing the compact, its 5 objectives in regions, in national realities. And that's why through the Working Group on Digital Technologies that I have the honor to co-chair with Doreen, SGITU, we have the regional economic commissions so that the nuanced reality in Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Asia Pacific, other parts of the world can be taken into account. So I see potential for the NRIs, working on the kind of, the enduring agenda of 2005, working together with other stakeholders who are grappling with some of these more recent challenges. And finally, to Bertrand's point, it made me recall, a reflection in the high-level panel on digital cooperation. Jovan Kurbalia, my distinguished colleague, that time, he mentioned this aspect of policy incubation, policy incubators. So I think your sandbox idea, it's clearly an interesting one, and using the outreach and the excellent composition of those participating in the IGF, we can explore different aspects of a policy issue. So it takes you a step beyond the discussion mandate, in a sense, and also speaking to the organizational evolution aspect that was mentioned. So I think those are kind of very interesting reflections as we move into the next phase of our work. And I want to thank you and others for bringing them up.
Okay, I'll go online now. Landru? No? Okay. Maria Ressa?
Yeah, so sorry about that.
No
I went the wrong way. So first, thank you for your reflections and for the panels, for the leadership panel's responses. On the question about where traditional journalists are versus social media, the technology that rules our lives literally is moving at warp speed, while we still continue to move at the same speed policy moves forward. This is a huge problem. When I talked about impunity, I wasn't just talking about the impunity that's happening in the physical world, right? In How to Stand Up to a Dictator, my most recent book, the bigger dictators were Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, right? Versus Rodrigo Duterte, by the way, right? The president who tried to jail me for over a century in March this year was arrested on alleged crimes against humanity. And some of that was partly because Rappler, my news organization, kept doing its job at the worst of time. So the first is that the world is being changed by the very technology that we touch and live in and feed every second. So every second we do not act, and this I'll refer to Marichka Shaki's book, The Tech Coup. She's a former member of parliament. This book was published last year. In The Tech Coup, governments, people, if governments do not reclaim its power every day, they get weaker and weaker. Data privacy is largely a myth. Right, so sorry, how do I answer that? Journalism has been commodified and corrupted in the same way that the traditional information ecosystem has died. We now live in a public information ecosystem where it's lies spread faster, and then by design, fear, anger, and hate spread faster. So if you think about that, right, like Vint and I, in our debates, we talk about this all the time. He is always such a gentleman, but I always just keep saying, the design of big tech is going to kill us. I don't want to die. I keep going, and I feel like this journalism will not survive this time period. This time period I started calling an information Armageddon. This is why we need to all come together and talk together. But then beyond that, we need to make decisions and we need to act. Because at a certain point, even if we keep talking, even if the organizational evolution, if we don't act in time, we will lose what we had. So that's the urgency I hope we all have. From Bangladesh, my friend Muhammad Yunus is now president, right? It's not so easy to govern. In fact, I feel sorry for any government official because you cannot communicate to your people without insidious manipulation. And for every single one of us on these, we are insidiously manipulated. So, sorry, I can talk about this forever. Let me bring it back to, we are here together at the Internet Governance Forum. And please, from your part of the world, make sure your problems are brought up. And I hope that we put in the processes that not only make the voices heard, but also act in a timely manner.
Thank you. And for the final word, I'll give it to Vint.
Well, thank you very much, Chengetai. Thank you to the panelists and also to the participants who made their comments and recommendations to us. I have to I am compelled, I think, to respond to Maria Ressa in the following way. First of all, while we do face real challenges with this online environment and the digital technology that feeds it, to say nothing of artificial intelligence, which is a new player on the block, I also feel compelled to point out that we have benefited enormously from having the ability to move information around the world, to get access to it, to analyze it, develop it, and to share it. So I think the reason that we get together in the IGF is not solely to deal with some of the negative aspects of the internet and the World Wide Web and the applications that live on it, but our enthusiasm for making it work for us. And I think that needs to be a very important part of our motivation. This is an opportunity to make this a better environment than it already is, and to contribute more to our global digital society. So I'm here partly to deal with the problems that Maria outlines, but also because I'm still a great enthusiast for the power of computing and what it can do for us.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. And thank you for coming. We'll see you in the next one. Thank you.
please welcome to the stage the moderator, Christine Areda, Strategic Advisor to the Executive President and Board Member at the National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt, North Africa, IGF, and Arab IGF.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, both here in our plenary hall, and those joining us online from around the world. A warm welcome to all of you. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to be welcoming you to the IGF 2025 NRI main session titled Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue Governance Beyond 2025. My name is Christine Areda with the Egyptian government, and I have the privilege to be your moderator for today. So we are meeting at a pivotal moment for global internet governance, 2 decades after the World Summit on the Information Society and well into the digital decade of the 2030 agenda. And we find ourselves reflecting not only on past achievements, but also on how we can collectively ensure a more inclusive and a transparent and resilient digital future. The multi-stakeholder model has been foundational to this journey, and today we aim to both reaffirm and rethink it for a rapid evolving world. So with over 176 national, regional, and youth IGFs, collectively known as the NRIs, who are contributing their voices and experiences to this session, we are anchored in the diverse realities of digital governance on the ground. This is not only a testament to the strengths of the local multi-stakeholder communities, but a demonstration of how they can shape and influence global policy. So our goal for today's session is threefold. We will draw on evidence-based insights from the NRIs to assess how the multi-stakeholder approach to internet and digital governance has been functioning, and to highlight its tangible impact at grassroots level. We will also explore opportunities for strengthening the multi-stakeholder digital governance beyond 2025, particularly within the ongoing WSIS Plus 20 review, but also in light of the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines and the adoption of the Global Digital Compact. And thirdly, we will spotlight practical and forward-looking proposals to enhance global digital governance, including adapting governance structures to new technologies and developments. So let me quickly mention a few organizational remarks. We will begin by hearing from 7 speakers who represent various NRI communities and who will be setting the scene for us. I kindly ask each speaker to keep remarks at 4 minutes. And following that, we will have an open floor discussion with all of you and have a broader exchange so we can have questions and input and reflections. I encourage all of us to think not only in terms of challenges, but also in terms of opportunities and possibilities, and how can we engage the wider community across the world. So without further ado, let me introduce our speakers for today. So from Canada IGF, representing Canada IGF, we have Mr. Byron Holland, President and CEO of CIRA Canada. From the Lesotho IGF, we have Honorable Minister Ms. Nitati Morosi, Minister of Information, Science, Technology and Innovation, Lesotho. From Ireland IGF, we have Mr. Declan McDermott, Internet Policy and Regulatory Affairs Manager, .ie Ireland. Representing Argentina IGF, we have Ms. Agostina Ordonez, Chief of Advisor to Deputy in the National Congress in Argentina and Coordinator of the Gender and Public Policy Forum at Yale University, Argentina. And representing APR IGF, we have Ms. Joyce Chen, Senior Advisor, Strategic Relations, APNIC, Australia, Singapore. And from representing Pacific IGF, we have Mrs. Sarai Falopulo-Devitia, Chief Operating Officer, National University of Samoa. And representing North African IGF and Arab IGF, we have Mr. Ahmed Farak, Senior Policy and International Relations Specialist, National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt. Please, a warm welcome to our speakers today. So welcome everyone, and let us start with our panel today. Our first question is for Byron. Byron, if you can talk to us about how the multi-stakeholder approach can be strengthened within UN-led processes, such as the WSIS Plus 20 review and the Global Digital Compact, to ensure more inclusive, transparent, and effective digital governance. Byron, please.
Well, thanks for the question, Christine, and it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Byron, and I'm the president and CEO of CIRA, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. Most people know us for being the CCTLD operator for .ca, but we are also the secretariat for the Canadian Internet Governance Forum, or the CIGF. To your question, Christine, in UN processes like the upcoming WSIS Plus 20 review, I think the multi-stakeholder approach can and should be strengthened, both in how the process is actually conducted and in its outcomes, as well as in its ability to build trust and confidence. And I'm going to focus on a few points. Primarily informed by my own organization's work convening the CIGF, but also personally having participated in global IGF since, I can't believe it, 2008. But when it comes to processes, non-governmental stakeholders really need to be enabled to contribute meaningfully and consistently to the WSIS Plus 20 review, with clear visibility on how their input is being used or not. Many NRIs that engage in the Global Digital Compact process are expected and are expecting to contribute to the upcoming WSIS Plus 20 review. And as the global IGF's mandate itself comes under review, these initiatives, I think, can offer valuable perspectives on the IGF's wide-ranging and hopefully long-term impact. The process NRIs and other stakeholders participate in really must be transparent, comprehensible, actionable, and accessible, both to the commonly identified groups like academia or the private sector, but also to the diversity of other stakeholders, be they linguistic, cultural, geographic, or other as well. And I think this means in practice, providing ample outreach and notice for consultations, which can be difficult to find and understand when, to ensure transparency by posting submissions publicly, and establishing a connection between those contributions and how they shape outcomes, or not. And these are just a few, but I think really concrete examples that can make a significant difference. But we don't have to invent the wheel again. There are other entities like the Net Mondial Plus 10 statement that offer valuable guidance to how multilateral processes like the WSIS Plus 20 can integrate multi-stakeholder elements to make processes stronger. And as far as outcomes go, I think the WSIS Plus 20 reviewed outcome document should explicitly support the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. I mean, the original WSIS process, particularly the Tunis agenda, was foundational in defining this very model. Now we have a critical opportunity to strengthen and future enable it. In the WSIS Plus 20 review outcomes, CIRA strongly supports a long-term mandate for the global IGF, along with enhanced institutional resourcing. I think this would reflect the forum's pivotal role in shaping discourse around internet governance and related policy issues, as well as the broader ecosystem that it fosters, including all the bottom-up work of the NRIs. And finally, confidence and trust. You know, early drafts of the GDC did not include any references to the technical community, language that's been common for literally decades. It worked its way back into the final draft, but I would argue only after unnecessary effort. Truly an unforced error. And again, we see some questionable wording regarding the tech community in the elements paper. Intentional or not, an unforced error. It unnecessarily diminishes confidence and trust in the process. If we're going to have a robust model of internet governance globally, multi-stakeholder processes are critical, even in multilateral environments like the WSIS Plus 20 review. In fact, I think done effectively with clear processes and strong feedback loops, multi-stakeholder processes have significant potential to instill confidence and dramatically strengthen UN processes like the WSIS Plus 20 review. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Byron, and thank you for reminding us of the core principles that are at the essence of that whole multi-stakeholder model. So now I turn to Honorable Minister Nitati, and if you can also give us your perspective on that same question, particularly from the perspective of governments and their role in the multi-stakeholder model evolution. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christine. I want to first start by affirming my country's strong belief in multi-stakeholder model, not simply as a matter of principle, but as a core strategy for building digital governance that is inclusive, resilient, and future-ready, as a model that allows all voices to be heard. From a government perspective, our role in shaping this model must go beyond simply participating. We must actively enable and protect multi-stakeholderism within global forums, such as Global Digital Compact and WSIS Plus 20 review. That means advocating for institutional commitments that ensures that civil society, the academia, technical communities, and the private sector are not merely invited to such forums to sit around the table, but that their inputs carries real influence. In Lesotho, our ministry organizes the Lesotho Internet Governance Forum annually in partnership with the civil society, the private sector, academia, and development partners. This national platform allows all voices to contribute to the shaping of digital policy. It exemplifies our commitment to collaborative decision-making and ensures policy coherence with global norms, while reflecting national realities. The 2025 edition of the Lesotho IGF is already under preparation as we speak. Our recently adopted National Digital Transformation Strategy builds on this foundation. It embeds on whole of society governance model with a multi-sector advisory council, stakeholder engagement forums, and innovation sandboxes, because we believe digital ecosystem must be co-owned. So internationally, we believe that the same approach must apply. The multi-stakeholder model must be institutionalized, not treated as a token gesture in intergovernmental settings. This includes ensuring meaningful participation of smaller states and underrepresented regions, investing in capacity building, and enabling transparency and accountability across all stakeholder categories. Governments like Lesotho have a duty to model this inclusivity at home and advocate for it abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Nitati, and I think it's very inspiring to see that view coming from the government and the support for the national IGF. So now I turn to Declan. So Declan, from your point of view, what lessons learned from the experience of NRIs demonstrate the tangible benefits and impacts of multi-stakeholder governance, and how can these be actually scaled and replicated on a global level?
Yes, well, thank you. First off, hello everybody. My name is Declan McDermott. I'm here as the coordinator for the Ireland IGF. It is fantastic to be here in Norway. But I would like to just kind of preface at first, just to establish that we are like a new NRI. We just held our very first inaugural event several weeks ago, but it has had very positive reception, and it's been very, very encouraging so far. But I would say that the main lessons learned for me in coordinating it over the last year has been there's a very real appetite, I think, among all the stakeholder groups to really take part in these processes. And there's a very real desire for just everyday people to, have their voices heard. People really do, they care deeply about how the internet functions and how it is governed. And we really did not need to pull any teeth, I find, to get people to participate. most of the time, we simply just had to explain exactly what the IGF was or what the NRI was trying to accomplish. And most of the time, the actual response would be like, oh, we should have done this years ago, or this sounds like an amazing idea and would love to participate. And I think that that really does speak to the convening power that the IGF has and that NRIs should and also can have. We had policymakers talk to us afterwards saying that they appreciated how engaging the sessions were and that they actually walked away with different insights and different perspectives that they had previously. And just yesterday, I had a civil society organization say that at that event that they were able to make connections that they hadn't been able to elsewhere. So I think that it really does demonstrate that there is benefit to having these multi-stakeholder fora in ways that are open and that are inclusive and transparent, free from having to negotiate outcomes, to just sort of have these candid discussions. And I think that there really is benefit to these multi-stakeholder discussions. But to the point with your second question, now this is a very watered down summary of just the theory. There is a school of thought when it comes to social innovations and how to scale them. And generally it's held that there are three broad approaches for scaling. It would be scaling out, which would be increasing the reach of your initiative. So for a local NRI, this would be getting on more people's radars or trying to get more people to attend or participate in your events. But for the global NRI community, this means replicating that model in new jurisdictions and in new territories where there isn't an NRI. The other second option is scaling up, where instead of trying to increase your reach, you're trying to increase the initiative's impact, especially when it comes to policy making or for lawmaking. So for a local NRI, it's asking questions like how much are they contributing to their local policy making processes, or how much influence or how much are they contributing to that. For the global NRI community, it's talking about how effective is the community as a whole contributing to these larger processes like the WSIS Plus 20 review, or how effective are we as a community at taking local voices and really amplifying that on the global scale. The final one would be scaling deeply. And this actually deals more with kind of fostering cultural change and trying to really shift mindsets, I think, in the long run by promoting learning and promoting different principles such as multi-stakeholderism. I think the best example that I can think of this would be the schools of internet governance, where you have different individuals from different regions or sectors, learning about the multi-stakeholder approaches to internet governance, perhaps shifting the way that they engage with it or understand it, or how to engage with their policymakers, and then taking that knowledge back home, where they can either replicate an NRI model there, or increase the effectiveness or deepen the impact of their NRI model. So I'll conclude by just saying that obviously these are very broad theoretical approaches, but I would encourage local NRIs and the community as a whole to really kind of look at where they are in stages of growth to see if any of them make sense for them. For us, as a very new NRI, for instance, we are looking at scaling out, just trying to let people know that we exist and get on people's radars. But I would encourage to kind of, as just a general exercise, to see if any of these approaches make sense for other communities.
Yes, thank you very much. Very inspiring as well, because that scaling part of whether going deeply or even reaching out is exactly, I think, it's what about the essence of that whole NRI network. So I will turn to you, Augustina, for that same question as well, if you can give us your views on that.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm going to speak in Spanish, so if you want to put your headphones on.
Phonos. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here, to Anya, for everything she's been doing. We worked all year. So I think this really deserves a great applause. It's a lot of work that's invested here. Now, your question. This IGF, I think, is particularly relevant for that question. It's not only about renovating the mandate. What do we want? What have we learned so far from the previous IGFs? And I think the first thing we have to take into account is that the IGF core is the national initiatives and the regional initiatives. So it's important to see what worked, not only at the global level, what worked at the regional and local levels. In Latin America, we have 3 very concrete examples I'd like to share. They have to do with the impact, which is what the previous speaker spoke about, the impact we have. We're people from different parts in the world. We have made efforts to come here, costs money, time. So why are we doing this? What's the impact that we have? What's the result of all this work? We talk and we talk. Is that it? Or are we doing something serious? Secondly, the selection of topics. There is an example from Colombia, but it is also the opening up to other communities, not only the topics that are defined by the community in general, but they can bring in new things that we haven't even thought about, other viewpoints. Now, the role of youth in Latin America is especially important, and I'm very glad it's been mentioned previously, because with a multi-stakeholder focus, we have to have youth at the center. It's not just another sector, because all of the other sectors, the people who talk and the principal sessions, we don't see the youth because haven't reached a sufficient level. They're not that visible anymore, but but we have to have them present. So the money is the overarching of all 3. We need money. So this is just very briefly how we could do this in Latin America. We need more involvement. We've had a minister here. We need more involvement from politicians, those who really make the decisions, legislators. And in that sense, we should have another round of applause for the parliamentarians who've been here. It is a wonderful BITRAC parliament. I think this has been covered partly, but I think it's also necessary that we have more ministers involved. We need to have politicians here who can really do something, not just make recommendations, because that's what it's going to be if they're not here. For example, the IGF that decides on when we decide on the topics, we just have to have people propose topics that we haven't even thought about. We have to have a vote, and we vote for, and we use the one that's most voted for. That gives the opportunity for other people who haven't really thought this to be the most important to understand that there are other ideas out there for groups that are more vulnerable, further away, and they can also have their proposals on the table. About youth, I think Eliges from Brazil, that's a very good example. They have summer schools, they have courses, they have focus groups, and the best that have performed best over the year are given a grant, and then they can attend the regional and global meetings. I think these are 3 concrete experiences that we could learn from here, and thank you. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Here, and I take your mention about the inclusion of youth specifically as a very important topic. So, Joyce, I will turn to you from the other side of of the globe. And in your view, what concrete measures can enhance the participation of different stakeholders in global digital cooperation frameworks?
Thank you so much, Christine, for the question. And I might start off with first talking about the barrier to participation. I think we know the obvious ones, and we've talked about the obvious ones for many, many years. Some of them are language, multilingualism, resources, funding, etc. One big barrier I want to address is the amount of baggage the internet community is carrying from conversations 20 years ago. For us to start a conversation, we need to spend hours first explaining the background, the context, setting the scene, how we got here, before we can even talk about how we're moving ahead. This is very overwhelming, for newcomers especially, because we can't have a conversation on, say, the Crises without first elucidating the battles fought and all the meaning encoded between the lines. Every word is fraught with meaning, and it is daunting for many people to engage and participate. I've been doing this for 10 years which is genuinely young in the internet governance world and internet governance ecosystem. And I'm still constantly playing catch up, listening to the stories around the fire. The burden is getting heavier, and I think we need to do a better job of moving in a way that we relieve the burden from one another. So, any measures to enhance participation in all these conversations need to first start with the storytelling. There are avenues for this. At the APR-IGF, which is the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF, we convened the Crises +20 working group and recently put together the inaugural webinar for our community to function as a backgrounder and level-setting exercise. We will then continue to organize town halls for the community to share their views and eventually be able to hopefully come to some consensus positions. And this is from the APR-IGF community. For the past year, there have been many online resources that describe the history and the importance of the multi-stakeholder model. The NRIs play a critical role in this tribal ecosystem because we connect the various stakeholder groups and try to articulate what issues are important to us and how that feeds back into global digital cooperation frameworks like the GDC and the Crises. Some local communities have coalesced around their national IGF networks to form multi-stakeholder consultation groups that function as sounding boards for their governments. Outside the NRIs, there are also several coalitions like the Technical Community Coalition on Multi-Stakeholderism, TCCCM, which I'm a big fan of, that has done a lot of work to gather the technical operators and upskill our knowledge and provide a safe space to discuss first the GDC and now the Crises +20 to develop positions that we can bring back to our communities and governments or to craft statements as part of the consultation process. But is this enough? I'm interested to know how we can bring people to the table. The multi-stakeholder model is all about bringing people of diverse backgrounds and perspectives to the table, participating on equal footing. The UN construct of closed-room multilateral negotiations combined with multi-stakeholder informal consultations is a step in the right direction. But does it go far enough? The COFAX convening a multi-stakeholder sounding board, even better. If more governments would be willing to take on non-governmental advisors into their delegations, we would be in a much better place. To quote the Sao Paulo guidelines, we need to foster a safe, trustworthy, and fair environment where imbalances between participants are addressed and civil society, the private sector, academia, and the technical community are able to meaningfully participate in multilateral processes. We are doing everything we can to gather the internet community to not just participate, but to do so on equal footing and be part of the decision-making and agenda setting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. And I will turn to you, Sarai, with the same question, but from the perspective of a small island and developing state perspective, please.
Thank you for the question.
From the perspective of the small island development states, or the SIDS, multi-stakeholder governance is not merely an ideal. It is an absolute necessity and complex balancing act. As the chair of the Pacific Islands chapter of Internet Society, we hosted Pacific IGF. Next week, we'll have our Pacific IGF in Apia, Samoa. And this is our main and annual event every year. I can attest that for SIDS effective global digital cooperation hinges on overcoming unique vulnerabilities and leveraging the collective expertise that only a true multi-stakeholder approach can provide. From SIDS perspective, multi-stakeholder governance is really important to us. Why? Because of resource scarcity. SIDS often have limited human resources, financial, technical resources within government agencies. So relying solely on government-led processes would severely constrain their ability to engage meaningfully. Adopting or adapting multi-stakeholder approach will engage us, SIDS, to tap into expertise of our local civil society, private sectors, academia, and technical communities. This will amplify our national capacity. Another one, because we are vulnerable to amplification. So SIDS face unique challenges like climate change. It impacts us in rising sea levels, extreme weather, our geographical isolation, small domestic markets. So if we adapt or we continue using a multi-stakeholder governance approach, this is crucial to co-design solutions that are resilient and contextualized or specific. Another one is bridging the digital divide, because we are living in geographical states for all our SIDS. Not only the connectivity, but for affordability as well. Digital literacy. These are relevant local content. For a multi-stakeholder approach, this ensures that the efforts to bridge these divides are holistic or involving communities. There are lots of perspectives of multi-stakeholder that the SIDS are looking to adopt. So what SIDS want from multi-stakeholder governance and how to achieve it? Prioritize accessibility and affordability of connectivity. How dedicate our funding mechanism in public-private partnerships to tailor for SIDS unique. Go to the community, localize it, take the responsibility so that they feel the value and the impactful of that. Promote the resilient and the climate smart digital infrastructure. Being involved with this multi-stakeholderism will incorporate climate resilience. And this will, improve the digital infrastructure approaches as well as the warning systems. Lastly, foster local capacity building, as Joyce mentioned. There's a lot of capacity building being developed and being deployed. ITU, ABNIC, here at IGF, ABR-IGF, training, support for local digital education initiatives to empower. Give the specific programs that is a need, not just the overall. So if you go to the community, you localize it so that relevant, the content is there. So that's what covers persons with disabilities as well. So to conclude with that, my view, as from the SIDS perspective, multi-stakeholder governance is not a luxury, but a fundamental operating principle for survival and sustainable development in the digital age. It's about empowering to active shapers, not just passive recipients of a global digital norms and policies. As a chair of the Pacific Internet chapter, my view is that global digital cooperation for frameworks must prioritize concrete, actionable measures. I heard it this morning and this afternoon about actionable measures to truly empower SIDS stakeholders, recognizing the unique vulnerabilities and invaluable contributions to a truly inclusive digital future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarai, and we will listen to our last speaker. So Ahmed, how do you think in the context of digital public policy and especially with the evolution of new technologies, how should the multi-stakeholder approach adapt to remain relevant and effective for digital governance?
Thank you, Christine, for your excellent moderation as usual, and it's a great pleasure to be here in this important session, and allow me to switch in Arabic. So you can use the headset, please. حينما نتكلم عن تطوير النهج التعددي في ظل.
Thank you. So, what is it we are all talking about, really? We're trying to develop the multi-stakeholder approach. I'm talking here about the Middle East approach to the IGF and the local IGF. We have different chapters, and we see different fora on the national level as well in our region. Those different fora are more and more numerous. What we're really trying to do is have a true multi-stakeholder approach. We are developing this approach as we speak, and the goal is for it to be more efficient for our economies and for other aspects as well. So what I'm going to try to explain is how we really can develop this approach in order for it to be more inclusive, include more women, include more people with disabilities. The idea being to also have researchers more involved. At this IGF, we've insisted a lot on this inclusiveness, but of course, this is not enough in isolation. What we really want is a more efficient kind of participation. And we want AI to be fully part of this participation. We can't really have superficial consultations anymore. We really have to have in-depth consultations. What we really need to do, if you ask me, is start from scratch. Let's not wait for the end of the process here. We really need the different stakeholders to be connected, and they need to be connected from the get-go. We will need to have a very difficult balance between a certain amount of firmness, a certain amount of flexibility. It's very difficult to obtain. So why we need flexibility? Well, that's to include most people, but at the same time, we need a firm hand in order for there not to be abuse in the use of data along the way. What we see as IGF's added value is its value for the whole value chain. The problem in our region is that all the rules regarding IA and internet governance are not very well known in our region. We think that internet governance will not be enough in the future. We need to keep the process open, and we need to see who else we need to have in it and include the human aspect. Thank you.
I would like to turn to the audience and have your perspective as well. We will have in the room 2 microphones, one to the left, and one in both sides, left and right. And I will ask you to start lining up. We also have, we can take questions online. I think we have Lily as our remote moderator. So I will ask her also if there are any questions that are coming online to also stand at the mic. And Lily, I do not see you. If you're in the room, please just raise your hand. Wonderful, now I see you. So I will kindly ask you to alert us by standing at the mic if there are any interventions from the floor. So I will go directly to the first question. Please, sir, please introduce yourself, state your comment or question, and be brief so that we can allow for other questions.
Thank you. This is Mohammad Abdul Haq Onu from Bangladesh IGF. Myself engaged with national IGF process, including initiative like Universal Acceptance Day in local language. How can we ensure that multi-stakeholder digital governance meaningfully includes linguistic culture and regional diversity, especially from the global south within global frameworks such as the WICIS Plus 20 review and the Global Digital Compact? Thank you. This is my observation.
Thank you, sir. I can take another question and then we can turn. Is there someone at the. Please, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Naza Nicholas Kirama from Tanzania IGF. And what I wanted to contribute is that we are discussing about renewing the mandate of the IGF and the WICIS Plus 20 to become permanent. And one of the suggestions that I have as a person who has been doing this work on the ground is for the national IGFs to establish things like trust funds. And these trust funds will enable us to continue to be sustainable for the future. That is what we are currently doing in Tanzania, to establish a trust fund for the national IGF, because we know for the past 5-6 years, our national IGF has been a major player in terms of driving policy change and policy and acting new legislations. For example, the data protection in Tanzania, we, as the national IGF, has been very instrumental in terms of pushing for it to come to fruition. So I believe that national IGF, the NRIs, are critical for the regions and the nations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our first question was about the linguistic diversity. And I don't know if maybe Augustina or Ahmed or maybe someone else would like to take that question.
You go.
So, Ahmed, please go ahead.
أنا أعتقد أن أنا فهمت السؤال صح. إحنا بنتكلم على الكولابوريشن.
Did I understand the question correctly? We are talking about cooperation between the GDC.
The different processes, if this is what was meant. So language and how to include, to be inclusive by linguistic diversity.
Okay. التحديات احنا في المسارات الإقليمية والدولية actually بنواجه تحديات اللغة.
Well, actually, during the different local and regional pathways and journeys, we are up against linguistic challenges and financing challenges. So each local and regional initiative is trying to get the resources that they need and other types of solutions. So we are looking to the international community to get some help. One question or one issue, for instance. In our region, we have 3 languages. We speak English, French, and Arabic. And we always try to offer interpretation services, simultaneous interpretation services, and sometimes we use English when we speak. So we are talking here about the content that needs to be accessible in the local and regional languages, and that's a real challenge. We need financial resources that would allow us to offer content in a local or regional language in our Arabic-speaking region. And I believe this should be the case in all regions, by the way. In each region, the priority should be to offer solutions.
Funding and resources, and Agustina, you want to come in on that?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to speak in Spanish. As for this question.
I think that this is one of the greatest challenges that we have, not only because, well, for instance, here in IGF, here we have interpretation. In the workshops, we don't have interpretation. So what happens? There's a lot of people who would like to speak, and because they don't know any other language, they cannot speak. And I understand that we cannot have interpretation into all languages. It's logical. Maybe someday with artificial intelligence, or maybe today, I don't know, it would be good to explore that opportunity if it exists. But thanks to the interpreters, thank you for your work. Well, I think this is one of the great challenges we have, but also because the big problem to me are the definitions and the concepts. They are in a language that is not my language, and maybe it has a different meaning for others than for me. So in the words, well, words create realities, and every word has a meaning. Maybe we don't understand each other completely. Maybe there's cultural, social, and historic baggage that comes with the words. And so the first thing we could do is with IGF, for instance, is at least to try to have interpretation in all sessions and also the workshops. And also it's a question of finances, of money. But if you're here in Norway, one could talk with the embassies for the different languages and ask if the embassies could provide interpreters. Try to find a way to cooperate between all of us, and maybe also the national IGF heads and regional ones. Maybe they can also help their countries to have interpretation services for their own participants.
This side, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Adriana Castro. I'm a professor at Universidad Externada de Colombia, and I'm addressing this panel as a member of the Colombian IGF. I would like to share some of our experience. First, there is an evidence that experience of national, regional, and youth on internet governance are possible, as well as have tangible results when implemented with commitment, openness, and continuity. Colombian IGF National Initiative has 11 years of experience. We have identified best practices to foster inclusive and participative work on the discussions and contributions to the decision-making for the digital economy. Let me list some of the lessons and benefits of a multi-stakeholder governance. First, a permanent and neutral space for dialogue among different actors, including youth, and promoting their participation and empowerment. Second, meaningful participation and input to the consultative processes as GDC and WISIS Plus 20 as an evidence of the link between local, regional, and global initiatives. Third, to contribute to policy and regulatory initiatives. In Colombia, for example, this year there were some initiatives on the protections of children online, gender violence online, and AI policies. Fourth, the main areas of work are defined with the participation of the multi-stakeholders. For these years, there have been established 4 subgroups regarding digital well-being, meaningful access, safety in the web, artificial intelligence, 5. And the fifth is a specific group on appropriation and strengthening the internet governance in Colombia. We have considering also some options for further work. to evolutionate within the model. The sustainability of the NRI's both financial and management issues have to be addressed. Continue articulating NRIs with global forums.
Can you please wrap up?
Yes, I will just end. Continue collaborating on building a multi-stakeholder agenda and to promote more exchange between NRIs. The future of the IGF will define the future of the NRIs. The great outcomes achieved as a result of the work in the previous years can be graded with a continued and inclusive model. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience from Colombia. Next, please.
My name is Grace Gidaiga. I speak here on behalf of Kenya ICT Action Network. That's KICTANET, the conveners of the Kenya IGF. KICTANET just convened the 18th Kenya IGF this year on May 16th. So we are one of the oldest NRIs. And, you know, we've had support, including from IGFSA, and we are very grateful for that continuous support to our NRI. Now, what have we learned? I just want to speak to three key things very quickly. One is the value of multi-stakeholder engagement. The Kenya IGF has allowed us to dialogue on critical policy concerns in the country. And that way, we've been able to harness ideas and perspectives from the different stakeholders, and therefore able to engage the government on those pain points when it comes to internet governance. The second thing is on capacity building, and we've also learned that it is essential to bring in new voices, for example, through the Kenya Internet Governance, the Kenya School of Internet Governance, where we bring in fresh voices every year before the Kenya IGF, and they include youth, women, and marginalized groups, mainly to broaden participation and sustain that effective internet governance. And finally, we've learned the need to be adaptable and transparent. You know, we were able to still hold the Kenya Internet Governance Forum during COVID. We adapted virtual forums. This year, when it was announced that we would have the Global Internet Governance in June, we adapted immediately and were able to convene in May. So we see a lot of value in having the Kenya IGF. We see a lot of value in having the IGF because it allows us to dialogue very honestly some of these issues that we are not able to speak about, and then adapt them into our context. But how do we sustain that? Funding is an issue. Kenya has been lucky because we have had a multi-stakeholder approach, even in funding, where businesses and the regulator support the process. But how do we entrench this? I think that's a big question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will ask the other interveners to keep it, please, to 1 minute so that we can continue. But before I turn to you, I think I have a comment from Joyce. Joyce, please, very concisely.
Thank you. And thanks, Christina. And thank you so much to our friends from Kenya and from Tanzania for bringing up this very important issue of sustainability of the NRIs. I'm going to take off my hat for APR-IGF and all the other hats I'm on, but put on my hat for the IGF Support Association as a member of the Executive Committee to say we have funded and have been funding and continue to fund NRIs from the developing economies, and putting our focus squarely in these areas. I think it's really important that the NRIs consider how you could have longer-term sustainability that could be apart from the IGFSA in that sense. I want to point to you that we had a Day Zero event that was convened by the IGFSA to talk exactly about this issue, which is the sustainability of the NRIs. And how to think more long term. I think when we are talking about the WSIS plus 20, just bringing us back to the topic of the session, we must not forget that the NRIs are a critical piece of the IGF. And when we talk about the sustainability of the IGF, it is not just the IGF annual event, it is also the NRIs. So we need to have this collective dialogue. We need to try and find ways to do better in that. And so I really applaud Tanzania IGF for sharing this news that you're considering to have your own trust fund. I think that's just excellent. And we need more initiatives like that, more good thinking and creative ideas to have a longer-term sustainability model. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce. I will have one question from this side and then another from this side. And please keep it to 1 minute so that we can have all the lineup. Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for your insights and sharing the learnings of the youth journey. My name is Vanessa Lemos Campos. I've been supporting a group that is supporting a project that is subventioned by Interreg, that is interregional fund from the European Union for the collaboration between countries. And this is a region enabling Greater Copenhagen, Swedish West Coast, and one part of Norway. Here, I would like to ask more about the example that you mentioned, Agustina, if it's time about, I'm originally from Colombia, born and raised there, about different groups that you said it was an example of different segmentations in groups. So, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Agustina, if you can wait a second, we'll take another question and then we can have your answer, please.
My name is Jenna Fang. I'm the coordinator of Asia Pacific Youth Internet Governance Forum. Thank you for the opportunity for interview. I will take my privilege of having this 1 minute to share some of my thoughts. This session is about multi-stakeholder, the future of digital governance beyond 2025. And we have been talking about youth engagement for a long time. And recent year, we could see that stakeholders wanted and also advocate for ending tokenistic participation of youth. And I'd appreciate all the insight of all stakeholders sharing at this panel and in this forum this week. But if we want to talk about the future of internet governance forum or digital governance in general, we should include youth more proactively. And I want to also take the rest of my 1 minute to show my appreciation to stakeholders who support Asia Pacific youth community in the regions, because we have been doing a lot of great work, and appreciate stakeholders, including governments in our regions, who spend the time to read some of our input in considerations for the WSIS plus 20 discussion. But I would like to emphasize once again, if we want to talk about the future of internet governance, we should end tokenistic participation of youth now, because we've been talking about that for at least 8 years of my participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on spot, I think. I will give the room, Agustina, in a half a minute, if you can answer very quickly. Or can we take more? Okay, better to take more. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Claire. I'm part of the German Youth IGF, and I participated in yesterday's consultation. We heard a lot about, I think, common ground points, right? Like we are from the multi-stakeholder approach for the IGF mandate and the role of the NRIs. And we were wondering whether there's some interest in sort of participating all together in the upcoming consultation, and maybe as NRIs together sort of show our voice, and yeah, whether you would be interested in some kind of partnership to sort of have a joint statement on those key points.
I thank you very much for this suggestion, which I think we take note of. And are you done? Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Thank you very much. I am Yao Susu from the Youth IGF Benin, and I also support the Secretariat of the West African IGF. Regarding at the topic, multi-stakeholder digital governance beyond 2025, the title of the topic speaks real well to aligning ourselves in terms of supporting the prolongation of the mandate of the current IGF. Also looking at the non-official, non-paper from the Australian government, my question to the panelists, how do you see a suggestion of rebranding the name of the Internet Governance Forum to the Digital Governance Forum? Because we are not only discussing Internet issue, but all issue related to digital itself. And it's not only about a technical issue, we are discussing issue related to policy as well. And it's not only aspect discussion we are having. And on the other front, regarding the youth engagement, thanks Jen for talking about the tokenization of youth participation. I think at this point, youth have proven that they have capacity and leadership to continue the work to be done. How do we make sure that the youth can gain more capacity, more mentorship to continue their work, and more supports, not only financially, but sustainably coaching them so that we have more results and the different NRIs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your questions. Please, sir.
Hello. My name is Jose.
1 minute, please, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Please go ahead. No, 1 minute, sir. Please, your intervention in 1 minute.
Okay, sorry. My name is Rodolfo. I am the coordinator in IGF Brazil. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here and contribute to such an important debate with so many brilliant colleagues from our network of the NRAs. I will not repeat other colleagues' important points. My intervention is brief and especially focused on the roles of the NRAs. We have been increasingly hearing a resonant message recently. The importance of considering the NRIs as a special asset within the WSIS Plus 20 review. The renewal of the IGF mandate ends on something I believe is a growing consensus among the community. NRIs have grown in size, participation, importance, and impact in global, regional, and local realities. NRIs are intended this special asset, and they deserve an even more central role to play globally. NRIs should be considered as key catalysts for considering networks of knowledge, expertise, and the privileged resource for bridging strategic contacts and relationships, following up all levels of the ecosystems. At the same time, they boost the process and the results of the IGF and others related forums, and also established bonds that will, from one side, help include more countries and regions in the global debate and also foster local debates on global topics of interest.
Please wrap up, sir.
Okay, helping generating positive impacts on local and regional policies stemming from global consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're having a question online. If someone can read it from the microphone.
Apologies for this. We are asking the technicians in Zoom to unmute the remote hub from Benin to address the floor. Thank you.
Okay, please. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Pons Lake from the Gambian IGF, NRI. I just want to share a few examples what our NRI has done in terms of good collaboration, especially in respect to the government of the Gambia having two focal points at the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy involved in the IGF process, and this has made the UNDP in Gambia to support us, and it has also led this collaboration, our members of parliament, to be able to make the Gambia rectify the Malabo Convention, which a lot of African countries have yet to do in 2022 at the sidelines of the IGF in Ethiopia. And I'm proud to say now we have a youth leading and chairing our IGF process in Miriam Job. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here now. So I believe it's important for we to all bring our governments to be fully involved in the process, and we'll see an IGF really grow at national and regional level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we going to have the question online be read? Can we give the mic to the online moderator? We can't hear very well.
Oui, je remercie toute l'équipe d'organisation.
Thank you to the team. I have a question. The interpreter will do her best. We can see some specialists for protection in terms of judicial questions. And I'm speaking from the remote hub in Abrikalavi. So my question is about digital governance and multi-stakeholder governance. Should there be a platform for African developers that would be more adapted to their own realities in terms of economy, and also to help the local civil society and regional civil society?
And I'm sorry, I would like to apologize. If you can phrase your question in less than half a minute, I am willing to give you the floor because we need to have the final remarks. Please, would you like to very quickly say your point? Please.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please, but very quickly and very briefly.
Yeah, just to share that for sustainability, what we have done in Nigeria was to get our government, right from time, we have agencies under the Ministry of Communications. They are part of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee, so they fund the Secretariat. We also have the equivalent of Barron's organization, that is the .ng managers, they also fund. And the parliamentarians are now interested in what we are doing because we have been involving them. So, and they now want to be, they have the buy-in. And at African level, in our communique, we also said that we want to support the renewal of the mandate of the IGF at that level. So, I mean, when we get the buy-in of the government and parliamentarians, or the executive and the parliamentarians, we know we can sustain our initiatives, and not just the NGOs or the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I will apologize to you because time is up, because we will have just half a minute closing remarks, maybe one sentence that you would like to send out, Byron. I will go first with you.
One sentence.
One sentence, yes, please. Just something for our rapporteurs to know to push forward.
Global internet governance is messy, imperfect, frustrating, and it's made incredible progress. I can see one of the founders of the IGF here, and I'm sure 20 years ago he had no idea that it would turn into something this significant and would have this many NRIs doing remarkable work with remarkable stories like we've just heard. Period.
Good point. Thank you. Grazie.
One sentence. Well, I believe that we need to increase outreach and visibility of the work that IGF is doing. If multi-stakeholderism is to thrive, it cannot remain an elite and abstract concept. It has to meet people where they are, in their languages, their communities, their platforms, and that is what will turn consultation into creation. And I think there has to be some partnership with the media. It has been undertoned in this forum, the whole forum. I think it's about time we bring in the media into the forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Dekla?
If we want multi-stakeholderism to thrive, we have to invest in it. I think that ultimately a lot of issues come down to resources.
Thank you. Very concise. Christina?
Creo que tenemos que tener en mente siempre que los NRIs son el...
We have to consider that NRIs are the heart of IGF. We have to work bottom up. We have to work with NRIs and IGFs from other regions. We have to include new persons and other groups. We have to look at the impact they can make, and above all, include the young people in the sessions. They need to have participation on an equal footing with other groups.
And I think you can play a very special role to demonstrate how the multi-state model is practiced in reality. So don't feel like you shouldn't be at the table or you can't be at the table. You need to claim your space at the table. Thank you.
Sarai?
States often face marginalization in our global decision making. However, with the multi-stakeholder models, this brings us together as choice measure. It brings us together at the table. Government, civil society, academia, private sector, and technical communities. So this offers a chance for greater representation of our voices in shaping digital norms and policies.
Thank you. Ahmed?
إيمانا بتعددية أصحاب المصلحة أنا شايف إنه من الضروري مواصلة العمل نحو حوكمة إنترنت أكثر.
We need to make this multi-stakeholder model, we need to strengthen it so that we have an IGF that is present on the local, regional level. We need to apply this model to the internet governance, and we think there should be more integration, more example, less duplication.
That CGI.br, the Secretariat of the Brazil IGF, has advised that they have some printed copies of the Net Mondial Plus 10 principles, which I invite, since we talked about them, we invite you to visit their booth and grab a copy. And with that, I thank you all for your active participation, and I ask you to join me in thanking our distinguished panel for all their valuable intervention. Thank you very much, and the session is closed.